Yeah, but I'll confirm with Danny in San Francisco right now. Welcome to the show.
About to go get shot up today.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, man.
There you go. Clack, clack. Chitty, chitty, bang, bang. Bro, I fell into a rabbit hole of watching Cold as Balls this morning.
I've never watched that.
Dude, them joints is funny.
Yeah, I've never. I think we were stumbling into this a little bit yesterday. Are you a Kevin Hart guy?
Yeah, I said, I don't know. Like I enjoy him, but he's not. I think differently. I enjoy him. I'll say it like that. I don't need to preface it with anything else. I like him.
At first, I didn't think he was funny at all,
mm-hmm.
and I was like probably super critical, overly critical of him. And then he has some funny moments in a couple of his stand-ups that like I'm really laughing at. I like the fact that he works hella hard. Like he works his ass off.
Oh yeah.
But I don't think he's very funny. You know, the funniest thing I ever thought he did was Secret Life of Pets.
Yeah, he was good in that. Yeah,
I thought the little rabbit was really, really. That was like the best I've ever seen him. And then I got kind of turned off by his little Netflix special, where it's basically like, yeah, you know, just follow me around, and I work so hard, and I do so much. That's what it was.
Oh, that one. Yeah. That was a little. That I was like, bruh. All right. Recorded. That we record that after.
Okay. I understand, Ramsey. I understand.
Sorry, you're blueless, John. You might have to drive to Auburn. Hello, Mrs. Mac-10.
Mac-10.
It's actually Mac-10's wife.
What is the click?
It says Mrs.
Sometimes you really just vibing out. Hum the street, voice out, west, legendary, self-made, progress, last time that I checked.
Hey, man. Welcome into the Thursday, May 27th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway. We collectively are thrilled that you are here with us. We are live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We are live on youtube.com/ESPN1320. We are live on the Odyssey app. We are live all around the world. We are live on 1320 AM here in Northern California. And as always, we appreciate you for being with us. And we've got a busy day. Deuce Mo Thursdays. Deuce Mo will be with us here coming up today at 1:47. And then Bobby Jackson will be with us at 3:20. Jesse, I'm going to need you to live on that dump button just in case Bobby gets loose. Bobby has some fun. Bobby's casual. And Bobby is the new head coach of the Stockton Kings. So, hey, give it to him.
There we go.
Bobby J, one of the realest dudes you'll ever meet, man. I love me some Bobby Jackson. He's been a longtime favorite of Kings fans. I think he's a longtime favorite of anybody he comes in contact with. And, you know, I joke about living on the dump button. And when I say joke, Jesse, I'm not joking. But dude, Bobby's real, dude. Bobby just sits down and he has conversations with you, man. And it's fun. And I'm thrilled for Bobby. I'm happy Bobby's getting this opportunity. We could talk to him, you know, all about it. We could talk to him about the Stockton Kings. We could talk about the synergy that may carry over from Luke Walton's staff. We could talk to him about his years in coaching when he first decided he wanted to be a head coach and, you know, where he ultimately hoped this leads all of him. So, though I'm pretty confident I know the answer to that. But thrilled for Bobby Jackson, man, and great for Stockton, great for Sacramento.
Yes, indeed, man. Yes, indeed. Bobby Jackson, one of the pillars of that great time in Sacramento history. And there's people who believe that we should just move on from that. Like we bring that up too much. And some people believe
you move on from it. I ain't moving on from nothing.
Some people believe that's what got Vivek in trouble with trying to rekindle and bring back that whole thing. I understand that train of thought. I understand that thinking. I think it's a great thing, though, that Bobby Jackson still involved in this organization. And, with him being the new head coach of the Stockton Kings, is going to remain involved with the organization in a major way. So I'm not one that subscribes to I'll move on from 2002.
Well, there's certain areas where you do need, bringing in a couple of GMs and assistant GMs who have no experience running teams because the fans like them. Bad idea. Giving a coach an opportunity, giving a guy an opportunity who wants to be a head coach, he's kind of at the lowest position of coaching. He's working his way up in that. There's nothing wrong with that. Becky Hammon was the San Antonio Silver Star.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
She was able to connect with Greg Popovich that way. That's how she got her introduction. There's nothing wrong with that. Doug Christie, look around the league. What's Walt Clyde Frazier? He's a former New York Knick.
Yeah, that's true.
Look around the league, those guys who have those analyst spots. They're former players in that city. So Doug fits perfectly in that slot. Bobby's an actual coach. He's not, some guy. Hey, who wants to? Hey, let's get Hito. Hito, come here. Let me talk to you real quick. It's not I don't even know that Hito was actually a part of it. I guess he kind of was a part of that era.
Yeah,
but
he was in balling in 2002.
Was he?
He was.
Yeah, I guess he was. I guess Hito's kind of forgotten in that. Hito got better later.
Yeah.
Right?
He was really young during that time.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, that's the other thing.
I always get amazed. A little, I shouldn't say a little known fact, but a little remembered fact that Peja missed 5 games of that series?
Yeah, I don't think that's forgotten, is it?
I think it is
Peja jacked up, wasn't he?
Yeah, he had a terrible sprained ankle. But I do think that gets forgotten. That probably one of your top 5 best players was out for most of that series. Yeah. And when he came back was 50%.
Yeah.
Could barely move. I always think about that from time to time.
We're not ready, but this would be a great segue to talk about the Lakers and the Suns tonight. We'll get there later. But there's a very obvious tie-in between what my partner just said about Peja and that series right there.
Yeah. And you saw Charles Barkley took my idea last night. Did you see that?
No, what was that? Make a movie about the Garden, or trade Pascal Siakam to the Kings? What Chuck take? We're used to our ideas being taken, so I'm sure it wasn't a stunner for you. What was it?
He said Chris Paul shouldn't play tonight.
Okay, yeah.
Now, look, I didn't reinvent the wheel by saying that. I'm just saying he might have been listening to D-Lo and KC.
How would you? I can confirm. Chuck is a big fan. How would you reinvent the wheel? I always find that at who's going to be the first one to go, what? You know what? I did it. It was me, Austin. It was me all along. I reinvented the wheel. That I can't wait for the first person to try that. Has someone already tried that?
Probably Elon Musk.
Ugh. Perhaps he has. Yeah.
He took, and I'm going to say this just in case he's listening. You keep on worrying about getting to Mars. I need you to finish the truck.
The truck is in Mars.
Bring it to Earth.
Oh,
I'm on the waiting list. Bring that joint to Earth. I'm sick of it's supposed to be out this year.
Run that back for your boy.
I'm on the truck, the waiting list, a little Tesla truck. I'm on the waiting list. And he talking about getting to Mars. Finish the truck.
Sometimes I dream that he is me. Sometimes I dream I want to be like KC. This fool got he got Elk Grove. He got all of Elk Grove. He's on the waiting list for the Tesla. I'm surprised they didn't send you a prototype for the truck. I hate to tell you this, fam. That truck is ugly as hell.
It ain't pretty, but that thing is a beast. What are you
gonna do with that truck in Elk Grove, Kenny?
Drive it.
Well, what over the mean streets of to the Delta Shores?
If I need to.
What are you gonna do with that truck? It's a mean truck.
It's a bad boy.
What are you gonna do with it?
I'm gonna drive it. The only thing I don't like is the steering wheel. Come on. I don't need him on the side. I like to go one hand up top, leaning to the side. You know how I like to do. Can't even do that in that truck.
Okay. Hey, do you, fam? Do you drive the Tesla's truck through the mean streets of Elk Grove? All that rough terrain out there on Elk Grove Boulevard off I-5. Woo, boy. You're going to get eviscerated, too, by the real truck drivers. You're going to be like, Kenny just lost his truck card right there.
Hey, real truck drivers who are listening, real truck drivers who are in the chat, who are watching us on YouTube, watching us on Twitch, look at me. Do I look like I care? Give me the Tesla truck.
I don't think that thing ever going to be finished. I remember the waiting list for the Tesla car was decades. It was forever. I know someone who ordered a truck or a car in like 2007. She got it like 2 years ago.
That's a damn shame. He too busy trying to get to Mars.
That's a damn shame. This is going to be you.
I know.
It's going to be Gilo and KC celebrating our 10th anniversary here on ESPN 1320. Kenny's still waiting for the truck.
That's why I'm on the airways right now, putting the pressure on him because I know he listens. Stop trying to get to Mars and finish the truck.
I'm sure that's going to work. The Rock got a truck. How did you not get one?
It's a damn shame. They did when he hosted Saturday Night Live. They had a sighting of the truck in Times Square. That thing is fire.
You gonna put an American flag on the truck and drive it around? Never mind. Don't answer that.
I was about to say I ain't even commenting on that.
Once again, Deuce and Mo will be with us coming up at 1:47, and the new head coach for the Stockton Kings, Bobby Jackson, will be with us at 3:20. Also, it's great that the Stockton Kings will be back. It's great that the G League will be back in its proper form. And I do think, James Ham was kind of talking about this yesterday, the potential synergy between the Stockton Kings and the Sacramento Kings. I mean, Metu was a two-way player. Mm-hmm. Kyle Guy, I think, was a two-way player. There are guys who are going to benefit, like the G League in its real form, going back and forth. There are guys who are really going to benefit from this, and I think having Bobby is kind of familiar face, maybe to tie in what they're doing here in Sacramento, what they're doing with Luke Walton, what he already knows about the coaching staff and Rex Kalamian and Alvin Gentry and all that. I think that's going to go a long way to help these guys develop. And remember, the G League is all about showcasing your abilities for the NBA. That's going to help some of these guys become the Metus, becoming these guys who get, two-way contracts, turning into guaranteed contracts in the NBA and becoming full-time NBA players.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, I've said it numerous times. Somebody like Jamias Ramsey could have benefited greatly from a year in Stockton this year. I mean, and I say it once again as no knock on him or whatever, and what his potential is and his talent ceiling that I think he has. But he wasn't ready for the league this year, and he needed to play against professional competition. Like, that's what the G League is. People kind of forget that too. Yes, it isn't necessarily the NBA, but it is a step up, I think, from college. And you're going up against other pros, and you're going up against some grown men out there in the G League. And that's somebody like a 19-year-old Jamias Ramsey. Somebody like him could have really benefited from a year of that. So I'm really glad for that prospect. And we heard James Ham talking about it yesterday. You can use the G League to your benefit to build an identity as a franchise, as an organization, if you so please. And I liked his idea of, if your philosophy, if your Monty McNair is to have a bunch of 3-and-D guys, well, man, just start grabbing a bunch of 3-and-D guys, put them in the G League, and see who sticks there and who can come up for you and help your philosophy and what you're trying to do as an organization up on a big team. So I want to see them use it the right way, but I think they got off to a good start with getting a guy like Bobby Jackson as the head coach.
Again, Bobby Jackson will be with us coming up at 3:20. Excited to talk to him. Deuce Mo will join us on the live stream. Coming up at 1:47, you can join us on the live stream, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. There'll be plenty to get into today with 3 NBA playoff games last night and 3 more tonight. Philadelphia takes a 2-0 lead against Washington. That was not the story coming out of that game whatsoever. The New York Knicks even things out with the Atlanta Hawks. Unfortunately, that wasn't the story coming out of that game either. And the Utah Jazz put up 141, yet the guy everybody's talking about was on the losing team. We'll talk about that. Not surprised?
No, they love him.
I sense there's a little tone to that.
I really like him too, but they love him.
Okay. Let's dive into that because you've got the tone there. So all of the stories from the playoffs last night, we'll dive into them. We're just getting started here. Get your feet up, get comfortable. And who on earth is going to be on the radio from 12 to 4 tomorrow if D'Lo and KC are going to be popping Bel Air bottles all day? We'll explain when D'Lo and KC can continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Get this Cal Hope in here.
No Reed coming out.
43. You take that one?
Yeah. You won't be seeing no flags on my truck.
They had you wrapping it in camouflage somewhere.
You definitely won't be seeing no flags on my truck.
Looks like David's checking Twitter here. Tomorrow's show opens. You know, I ordered my Tesla truck.
It's crazy in the Chevy house.
Yeah. How many of y'all on a Friday? Or is anybody else on a Friday? I know Warren been on vacation.
Warren chilling.
Warren hanging out the house in boxers and socks. He ain't doing nothing. Just what you want from me. Got the baby in his arms and kicking it. Oh, this will break your heart. Mavericks confident they'll be able to re-sign Tim Hardaway Jr.
That ain't gonna break my heart.
I thought you liked Tim Hardaway.
I do like Tim Hardaway, but I want them to lock up all their little cap room.
Okay.
Be maxed out. I like Tim Hardaway Jr. though. I really do. He, I think he would have been a great addition to the Kings, but I think he's going to be a little expensive.
Patrick, is that a good thing? I don't. I've been off since 12 March. That does not feel like a.
You need to talk to Jazz.
Better yet, have you talked to Jazz? We got people that can help. Stuff happened. Been there, fam.
That was pretty funny, John. And he was hot when that happened. He was so pissed off.
Oh, we just figured out Patrick is Luke Walton. Or Patrick is Vlade Divac. We just figured it out. Burners, like baby. That. Burners. I like that. I see you, Patrick. Well done, baby. Well done. That's what I meant to say. I blew the joke because I'm a loser. I blew the joke.
La, la, la,
big facts, fam. Big facts. Okay, there you go, Patrick. All right, fam. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Appreciate you too, by the way.
So is that an Air Force thing or a military thing where the number comes before the month?
Yeah, 2,200 hours, all that.
And I wasn't trying to be. I know that. I know military time. I don't think I ever knew that there was like military calendar read. I know that's an overseas thing too.
I do wonder why we never just converted to military time. Like, why do we have to keep? Was it for? I mean, they could have made clocks with 20 military time. Like, it seems like it'd be easier in life. You're just like,
instead of having 11 o'clock twice.
Yeah, like 11 o'clock win. Oh, 5 win. What? Oh, no, it's 2,100 hours. I guess maybe if you say 21.
And how?
Say 21:36. That's fine.
And how did midnight become like midnight? Like midnight is the middle of the night? Because to me, like 2 a.m. is the middle of the night. How did 12 become midnight?
At 2 a.m., you got about 3 hours until the sun comes up, 4 hours. And the sun had been down probably for about seven hours at that point.
Cal Hope Concerts for Hope to shine the light during Mental Health Awareness Month and to let all Californians know about the free mental and emotional resources provided by Cal Hope. Check it out tonight at 7 p.m. streaming live at calhopeconcerts.com. Tonight is Women's Night, including performances from Ava Max, Sophia Carson, Grace Potter, Jackie Cruz, and many more. Once again, check it out at calhopeconcerts.com tonight at 7 p.m. Even got word this concert can be replayed all the way until Saturday. So make sure you go check it out. I've been peeping them out. Kyle Guy was a part of the first night a couple of nights ago, which was cool. They've I know the team that has put this together. It's part of our family here at Odyssey, and they bust their ass. It's really worth checking out at calhopeconcerts.com.
I was anxious to see Miguel. That's my guy. I'm a big Miguel fan.
Yeah, understandable. You and I, you, me, Jesse, we're going to take a couple of days away. We're going to pop McQueen in the Violet Fog. Oh, by the way, Luke Belair, shout out to our man Ty Guy. Shout out to Stephen Miner. He ran into Total Wine and on Arden Way. He found him some blue bottles.
Yeah.
Now, John has been on the search all morning in Roseville for blue bottles. Couldn't get them. So right now, as it stands, the only place that we know of for certain that you can get the Luke Belair blue bottles is at the Total Wine on Arden. Call before you go. See if they have them. Go pick them up, and you'll have a blue weekend here. We're going blue for Memorial Day.
And he said Total Wine on Arden for all those people who would cut out when you said Arden.
Oh, good. It's that day again. Awesome. Really excited about that happening for a fourth straight day. Total Wine. That's why we're taking the day off, because I'm sick of my internet. That's ultimately what it boils down to. Is I'm absolutely sick of my internet. So I'm just taking tomorrow off. But we're not going to ESPN programming. We're past that. We're not doing things like that. D'Lo and Casey will be on the air without D'Lo and Casey. And we're bringing in our guys, man. We're bringing in a couple of voices that you're very familiar with. Kyle Madsen will make his return. Obviously, Kyle Madsen's been on the show with us a number of times, but he's making his return here to radio in Sacramento. And he's bringing along Whitey.
Woo!
I always thought I'd get in trouble for saying that. Whitey Gleason back on the air here at ESPN 1320 with Kyle Madsen tomorrow from 12 to 4. So make sure you check out those guys. Show them the same support that you do us.
Yes, indeed.
And for y'all in the chat, can you act like you got some sense for one day? The funny part is I'm actually looking at the chat as I'm saying this. I'm looking at where the comments pop up. Can y'all act like you got some sense for one day when Kyle Madsen and Whitey Gleason take over the show tomorrow?
So I want to be clear for all the people. They're going to be in the chat. They're going to have a chat. They're going to have a stream. Yeah.
Stream's happening.
Yeah. I'm making sure everybody know, stream ain't going nowhere.
No, stream is part of the show, man. We don't shut things down like that. No, stream's part of the show. And Kyle and Whitey are going to run that joint, man. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Obviously, I'm sure everybody is already very familiar. Kyle Madsen always on the show, and I know everybody is familiar with Whitey. It's been long overdue for him to be back in Sacramento. I know many times you have heard him in Sacramento with his work that he's done at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. But Jesse says the chat is going to act out how the class does when the substitute teacher comes in. I'm going to need y'all to not do that. Okay. Can y'all behave? YouTube.com/ESPN 1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Bobby Hill says this is going to be worse than when there's a substitute teacher.
I'm telling them now, close the comments.
Yeah. Cold game. You had me at Whitey. I need to do a show with Whitey one day. Kenny's off on vacation, off on some desert island that he probably owns that he hasn't even told us about. Some deserted island that's called the Caraway Island, and I'm just gonna need to do a show with Whitey. Say it's D'Lo and Whitey.
Yeah, D'Lo and Whitey.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I need it. Just
Whitey and JT. I don't know. Has a little ring to it.
It does. Yeah, man. And that'll be fun, man. It'll be fun. And you guys you obviously know Kyle. You obviously know Kyle very well. He's gonna wear his best watermelon shirt. His shirt absolutely will have fruit on it. So believe that. Let's dive into There's a lot of good last night, bro.
The chat. See, I gotta know the chat. Get it out now, all right, chat. While we're here, get it out now because we don't need this mess when our two boys is in here, man.
That one's pretty damn funny though. This is the perfect segue to fans not knowing how to act. See, now the chat house isn't fans; they're a part of the show. But like, man, I can't wait for fans to come back. Oh man, it's gonna be lit when fans are back into the arena. Oh, the Garden this. Oh, the Garden was a movie. Oh, did you feel the vibe? All this noise here, all this noise here. And it was all taken down a peg by some, jackass who, as Russell Westbrook gets hurt, rolls his ankle multiple times, heads back to the locker room, dumps popcorn on him. I didn't even know about the Trae Young situation in New York until our man Sean P sent it to us on social media. I hadn't even seen it.
That was disgusting.
See, these are, I don't think apologies and here I know that, like, I know Russ is my guy. Mm-hmm. But I promise you I would feel the exact same as I do if it was James Harden or if it was Luka Doncic or if it was one of the other players, that aren't particularly high on my list of favorite players.
Right.
Yes, Russ is at the top, but this isn't about Russell Westbrook. This is about like NBA players. This is about professional athletes. Dumping popcorn on an athlete in that situation it's classless. It's trash. You're emboldened by, because you spent a couple of bucks on the ticket, you're emboldened by the fact that, well, I spent my money, I can do what I want to. Mm-hmm. What happened to Trae Young though, that's get your ass whooped worthy.
100%.
Like there are both lines that you don't cross, but there's a line in the Trae Young situation where he was, I don't think he was spit on. I think he was attempted. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't think it made contact.
Right.
I think the spit whiffed. That's kind of where the NBA goes, ain't nothing we could do about it. You turned around and whooped your ass. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, you spit on him. What did you expect? To me, apologies and stripping season tickets, like, that's not enough. Because life is about consequences, and you have to have consequences that show, like, hey, you can't behave like this. Mm-hmm. And to me, stripping season tickets and issuing apologies from the organization, that's not enough.
It's not. And I guess this isn't a step further. I would just say additionally to that, I don't want to see something like that. I don't want to see no statement. I want to see the owner of the Philadelphia 76ers. I want to see James Dolan. If it happened in Sacramento, I want to see Vivek. I mean, it's 2021. All right. It's nothing for you to grab a phone and make a video. If you don't want to bring the media or go, if you want to just stay in the comfort in your own home, you can make a video speaking to how this is unexpectable and speaking to how this will not be tolerated in the Garden or in Golden One Center or in Wells Fargo Center, whatever they're calling it in Philadelphia. Those two incidents and anything like that deserves more than a statement, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I know the next question is, well, like, what needs that? What are you going to arrest these guys? What are you going to do? That to me, and I don't know what the right answer is, but is stripping season tickets, is banning someone from the Wells Fargo Center, banning someone from Madison Square Garden, and an alert just popped up that's what they did to that fan who spit it. That's just not enough to me. Again, but I don't know what is enough. Because Russ was talking about do that on the street. Mm-hmm. Like these guys can't run into the stand. You can't Ron Artest these guys like that. That becomes if Russell Westbrook had gotten loose and gotten up the stairs, now it's a Russell Westbrook story. Mm-hmm. It's a fan story right now. It's a fan problem.
Right.
If Russ gets loose, it's a Russell Westbrook story. If the incidents had been Trae Young popcorn and the fan had attempted to spit at Russell Westbrook and landed and Russ caught it, that dude was within distance. Mm-hmm. It would have been over. And then it now shifts to, well, this is a Russell Westbrook story now, instead of a story about a fan who spit on a professional athlete.
And I understand what you're saying 100%. I know if that happened on D-Lo and KC, I ain't talking about Russell Westbrook doing nothing wrong. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just tell you right now. If they would have let Russ go, I would have been like, what's our gift that we're trying to get Ice-T putting the shades on after Nino Brown falls off the balcony?
Mm-hmm.
That's how I'd be. You know what I'm saying? Because you asked for it, homie.
That's you and me, though.
Yeah, I know. I get it. I'm the type of person where, ironically, he got the wrong guy, and it was a crazy situation. But Ron Artest, throw some beer on me. Okay, all right. There's two type of people out there. Some people that let that go, and some people that aren't gonna let that go. And if you run across a guy that ain't gonna let that go, that's your problem now.
I admire the guy who thought Ron was going to let that go. And two, if you're going to do that, don't get the wrong guy. You've got to get the right one.
Or I'll say this, though. I'll say this. And tell me if I'm wrong. Everybody tell me if I'm wrong. That him getting the wrong guy, that should be in people's head to police the people around you.
Oh, sure. And what? So when you see the Philadelphia one, the popcorn one, the clown in front of him gives him a fist bump. When he's dumping the popcorn, he gives him a fist bump. But then security comes down 2 aisles, and what's he doing? Oh, it was him. It's this guy right here. He starts pointing at him like, yo, you just celebrated him. Throw his punk ass out too. Revoke his season tickets.
Right. Fact.
And this isn't, and the other thing is, and I know this is easy to do, this isn't a Philadelphia thing. This isn't a New York thing. This is a fan thing. And it'll get magnified a little bit because it's in Philadelphia. And I know our guy Matt tagged us in a fan video of Russell Westbrook leaving, and most of the crowd was on its feet doing the injury applause clap, just trying to show their respect for Russell Westbrook. And then you got that guy who dumps the popcorn on him. Anybody in that area, you talk about policing it, anybody in there who was celebrating, fist bumping, dump them too. That type of behavior should not be tolerated in an arena. The celebration of that type of behavior should not be tolerated in an arena around these professional athletes. You can go, you could boo, you could yell. I don't love the chants. I don't love the Trey is balding or whatever the chant was that they were handing out. And
boom.
That's weak. Go at their game, go at their jump shot, go at the inability to hit a left-handed layup. But don't do that. Don't start attacking people's appearance and different things like that. Don't start attacking people going bald. Like, how many people in that arena are going bald? And they had the nerve to chant Trey Young is balding or Trey is balding or whatever that flyer they handed out was.
Right. That's weak. I mean,
this ain't college, man. Y'all, you ain't the camera. This ain't the student section, for God's sakes.
And I'm all for, I love a hostile environment, and within context.
I got you. Yeah.
I'm all for the hostile environment. He touches the ball, you're booing the hell out of him. He makes a turnover on the sideline. Everybody, not touching him, but pointing fingers at him and yelling. I'm all for that. Don't need to get personal. You know what I mean? Personal appearance in somebody's personal life, completely uncalled for. And like I said, contact is completely uncalled for. You know what I mean? There has been plenty of times when you've got on somebody and you haven't gotten personal or touched them personally, and it's been perfectly fine. A good booing, a good hiss. Ain't that the other one? Boos and hisses.
I think hiss is old school. I don't know that hissing is still a thing.
I don't even know that. Why would you hiss somebody? I don't even understand that.
I don't know.
But that's good. I mean, laughing at somebody, hey, yeah, turnover, da da da. I mean, look, I say this as an athlete. Somebody says you suck. I mean, I get it. I get the context of where we're in. Hey, you suck, Kenny. You know what I mean? We're talking about a game. That's cool. Don't call me out of my name. Don't put your hands on me. Don't get personal. That should be common sense for everybody. But sense ain't common. What they say, common sense ain't common.
Indeed. Yeah, absolutely. Roddy had an idea. There's got to be a way. Like if you buy an NBA ticket, you've now entered into a contract with the National Basketball Association for that night. And I think there are certain things that are expected of you. Often when you sit in certain places close to the bench, there are signs on the seat explaining this type of thing won't be allowed. This certain types of behavior won't be allowed. You buy a ticket to get into an arena, you have now entered a contract with that arena and those basketball teams and the NBA. you throw popcorn on somebody, you spit on somebody, you can now be fined by the NBA, just like a player can. You hit people in the pocketbook, suddenly you're changing their mind.
Right.
Oh, you know what? How much would Russell Westbrook be fined if he threw popcorn at a play? What was it? $50,000? Okay, sir, you've been fined $50,000.
Yeah.
Or maybe you adjust it to income. Sir, we need to see your W-2. We've got to determine your level of fine.
Hey, or however you bought this ticket. Oh yeah, we're gonna put $500 on that too.
Okay.
We got the card on file. We'll put that $500 on.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good idea. You get a refundable deposit, a behavioral deposit.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
And
I like that.
If now they're thrown out after the game, then the deposit will go back in.
That would require like secondary market, like StubHub. They would have to work directly with arenas. I don't know that they don't already. They would have to work directly with the NBA because a lot of people purchase their tickets to that. There would have to be a way like the second you enter the building, your credit card is on file. Sorry, man, you've been fined.
I mean,
to tell you.
It's what it is. It's what it is. And like somebody, I wouldn't want, but then, well, I know I'm not going to do nothing to a player. So that money, I ain't got to worry about.
Most people wouldn't be concerned about that.
Right.
Like it's like when you put down you put down a deposit at you put down a security deposit at a hotel room. I'm fine putting down the security deposit at the hotel room because I ain't gonna trash the damn hotel room. You know what I mean? Like, yes, you can put my credit card on file because I ain't worried about it.
Right.
I'm going in there to go to sleep and I'm leaving. Going to the arena to cheer my favorite team and then I'm leaving. I'm going there to boo the team that they're playing and then I'm leaving. I'm going there to get a beer. I'm going there to get some food. I'm going there to have some fun with my crew and then I'm leaving. Right. I'm not worried about it.
And it's real simple. I mean, I guess you can if you because then I'm trying to think about it gets murky because we talk about derogatory comments, and I think that could be on there too. I mean, we all know what it is. Like I said, "You suck" is not a derogatory comment in that environment, right? We all know what one is. Call somebody out of their name. You call them.
Well, I didn't like the Trae Young. I didn't. Oh, of course, absolutely. I didn't like the Trae Young thing the other day. The "F-U" Trey or whatever it was they were chanting. I didn't like that. That I mean, and it's also like, don't be like, dude. There's kids. Like, what are you doing? Like, don't be crass. Like, come on, man.
Although the kids are flicking Trae Young off.
Oh my God, man!
I wish Reese would try to flick somebody off. If you don't sit down.
The NBA has also instituted a fine for stupid ass parents. It's also been implemented.
Wow. But I mean,
speaking of, did you see Joel Embiid do the cross chop yesterday?
Like Shawn Michaels out there in the middle of the ring.
Oh man, that era of kids that grew up in 97, 98, 99 watching professional wrestling, all bad.
At school.
All bad.
At my at my private school, doing the DX chop.
With the DX shirt that says we got 2 words for you. I'm not even comfortable saying those 2 words anymore.
And absolutely. I had this.
Of course.
I had the shirt.
Everybody had it.
I was rocking it.
Everybody had it. Man, I have to talk to Cheryl from Elk Grove for cranking out the money for little Kenny Caraway to wear to his private school.
To her defense, she didn't know I got it. Like I got it at the
event.
Yeah. She just gave me the money to.
Yeah, that was always a good way to really kind of sneak things under the radar. Oh, I want to get a T-shirt. All right, go ahead, go get it. Y'all, I ain't waiting in that line. You go wait in that line.
Yeah, man.
That too, go ahead.
No, I was just good. I want to hear what you got to say.
No, I was going to segue to the good reactions from the crowd last night.
Yeah, man, and it's a great segue because that's where I was going. I saw John, Damian, Bryce.
What you mean? What'd I do?
I saw a movie last night.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I did. I saw a movie. I saw a movie. The Garden was a movie.
Oh,
The Garden was a movie. But you know, I tweeted.
Jesus Christ, Jackson.
It was a movie. It was. The Garden is, so far, we've only been in one location.
The Garden was a great atmosphere last night.
It's one of the stories of the playoffs. It's one of the top 3 stories of the playoffs. So far, we've got other places to go.
Fair enough.
Memphis might, show me a little something or whatever. Utah, I'm actually pretty disappointed. Utah's actually pretty trash right now.
And they've had good crowds in the past.
For sure. For sure. They historically have been really good.
Derek Fisher moment was unforgettable. That's one of the most wild, just incredible playoff moments of all time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But I mean, so far, the Garden has been a story of its own. It has been phenomenal. And I was watching, even Garden aside, and aside from the bad behavior, the fair behavior of the interaction between the Knicks fans and Trae Young has been great. Mm-hmm. It has been absolutely great. It's been great theater. I have loved it 100%. And I was watching the clip of him leaving, talking about, we'll see you in the A, we'll see you in the A. And Damian, I was just sitting there and I got in my feelings. I was like, I need playoff basketball in Sacramento. I need to be part of this thing, man. I need it bad. Somebody on Twitter, they hit me with the Denzel and Malcolm X when I said that, and they were like,
through the glasses.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
I absolutely am. I am absolutely starving on that. That was spot on. And I need some of this playoff action, man. I do. That was some great stuff last night.
Oh man, it was. I love hearing that you were in your feelings, because it felt like a lot of Kings fans were in their feelings last night.
Yeah,
and judging by your earlier reaction, I think that you were one of them too. But we'll get to that here in just a couple of minutes. I don't know about the Garden being a movie, and I do agree that the Garden's been a big story. I know there were videos coming out of Madison Square Garden, their first playoff victory since, what was it, 13
years? Yeah. Well, no,
I thought it was 2013. Yeah, 2013.
That's my final matchup that Melo was in. So it's been a long time.
And of course we all, we wrap up in those moments like, man, walking out of the arena into the Doco. Oh man. And we're just waiting, and we're waiting. And now I find myself going to the Kings Herald looking as if some news broke last night. I'm on the Kings Herald like, what's Tony Zipteris writing about? What's Brandon talking about? What are these guys talking about? Anything happening? We got something cooking here, because you get thirsty.
Hey, come on, man.
And then you're seeing the emergence of all of these young stars across the league. And it's like, man, Ja, who we'll get to, Luka, Devin Booker,
Trae.
Dude, we're just and I love I'll see you in. I love how Trae Young is embracing this moment.
Yes.
Like, this is a young player responding to a major moment. This is a young player recognizing the gravity of playing against a thirsty team and a thirsty fan base.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean, it's a young player recognizing that. It's a young player who recognizes he's had good moments that have gotten people's attention early in his career, but now he's on a different stage. And as much as I hate to say it, now that he's in New York, he's on a really, really different stage.
Come on, man. It's different. It's different. And I'm not.
It's different because there are enough people saying that it's different that it actually does make it a little bit. The fact that Stephen A spends like 3/4 of First Take talking about the New York Knicks as if First Take only airs in New York and nowhere else. Like he's talking about the Knicks. There are enough influential people who have been starving for this moment for so long that you have to you're beaten into submission. Like, it's a big deal that playoff basketball is back in New York. It's a big deal that the New York Knicks won a playoff game at Madison Square Garden. And lost in all of this ridiculous hyperbole is the fact that this New York Knicks team is really good. I don't know how far they're going to go in this playoffs, just because I think some of the I think the three best teams in the league are in the Eastern Conference. I don't know how far New York can go, but I think New York has a life ahead of it. Yeah. And this is the start. And I think there's a certain level of excitement when you can see something and know this is the beginning of something. And that's what we all hope for as Sacramento Kings fans. We hope for this being the beginning of something. We hope when they finally make the playoffs that it's not what the Minnesota Timberwolves did, that we are back, we are here. And just like the progression of the late 90s into the early 2000s, that's where we're going, right? We're trajecting up.
I'm telling you, Damon, people look at me, man. They look at me and they be like, whew.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
I'm telling you, I need some of that action.
I know you do.
Playoff action.
I know you do. And Grizzlies fans are enjoying seeing the face of their franchise get all sorts of love. And I know that's got Kings fans feeling a certain way. Let's step out. We'll come back. We'll regroup. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about what Ja Morant did last night. Because, by the way, the Grizzlies lost. Ja Morant put up 47 in a loss, a blowout loss, but he seemed to be the focal point of conversations today. We'll talk about that. Remember, Bobby Jackson, the new Stockton Kings head coach, coming up at 3:20. Deuce Mo coming up at 1:47 as we continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's Dealing with KC here on Twitch, on YouTube, on Odyssey, and on ESPN 1320. Okay.
I'm doing it. We're getting our courtside seats put in today.
I don't know what to do with you, man.
My Spike Lee seats.
On your own court?
Yeah.
That's
Spike
awesome.
Yeah.
I looked at it. I'll tell you.
Kenny Caraway here, everybody in A. We are right on the edge, right on the brink of Memorial Day weekend, and a Memorial Day weekend where people kind of outside or whatever. I'm not totally there just yet. I'm going to be at the Caraway compound, champagning and campaigning. But when I'm not champagning and campaigning, you know, I'm having me a little gin and tonic, a little gin and juice. And the only gin that I'm going to be having this weekend is a little McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, man. It's a smooth delivery and distinct citrus flavor that cools and refreshes me every single time, man. McQueen and the Violet Fog is a bottle that you can literally taste the quality in every single bottle of the gin. You know, this Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. So what that tells me, and it should tell you as well, is they don't make much. But what they do make is damn good. If you want to have some this weekend and have it ready for your Memorial Day weekend festivities, you can do two things. You can order online at drizzly.com, or you can grab you a bottle next time you're out at the store. And if the store doesn't have it, let us know now so we can talk to our guy Ben over at the Sovereign Brands. We'll get that re-up and we'll try and get it to you for this weekend, man, so you can have a good old time with it. All right. Show us how much you enjoy McQueen and the Violet Fog gin by tagging your post at D-Lo and KC and at McQueen Violet Fog. All right. It's time to put the entire valley, the entire city, the entire region onto the best gin in the world today. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. KIFM reminds you this weekend, please, please, please be responsible. Don't drink and drive.
Silent.
So you saw a house?
I came across the house that had a basketball court, and I thought of you.
Home and away series.
It wasn't like the fancy Kenny Caraway one. It was actually pretty dope, though. It made the backyard was deceitfully large, and I think a little TLC would have made it a pretty dope little spot.
Look, we joke about it a lot, but there's been a lot of TLC at this house. None of this came how it is. We didn't kind of made it our own. So, yeah. Home and away. Oh, I can see a 7-game series. D'Lo's house, KC's house. I got home court advantage, though. 7 games going to be at my house.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Kyle. I'm going to go. Yeah, I'm going to go Kyle.
You guys don't do that.
I'm going to go Kyle.
Do not tell them that Julio Jones has been traded to the 49ers tomorrow.
Yeah. Hey, Poker Pro, let's chill out, fam. Or we'll dog. Now? You need to chill, bro. Or as a matter of fact, go back to calling. Yeah, I love Poker Pro Eric, the caller.
Yeah.
Poker Pro Eric, the chatter pisses me off. Poker Pro Eric, the caller, A+. Why the hell have you only called once? What were you doing that day? They were like, I'm going to call once. I've been with this show from the beginning, but I'm going to call just this one time. That's like, the last time Ramsey called, he didn't have the kids. Ramsey was hella loud and he was laughing.
He's like me when Jazz is on the other side of the door.
Yeah, dude, can he get on the phone for the pre-show call? Hey, what's up, fellas? Like, oh, yeah. He got a talking to. Got to keep his voice down. Got to keep his voice down. Like Mama working.
Oh man, J. Cole played the soundbite on his album or Mike Epps, and he says something about, they ask you, you see your fellas. It's like, hey, what's going on, guys? What's going on with your lady? How you guys doing, man? Everything good? All right, cool, brother. You guys take care. Then you get him. Hey, where I at?
Hit the show live up on YouTube as well. YouTube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Go subscribe to those channels. Follow those channels. Make sure that you're locked in here with us tomorrow when Kyle Madsen and Whitey Gleason take over here on ESPN 1320 from 12 to 4. Cal Hope Concerts for Hope to shine the light during Mental Health Awareness Month and to let all Californians know about the free mental and emotional resources provided by Cal Hope. Check it out tonight at 7 p.m. streaming live at calhopeconcerts.com. Tonight is Women's Night with Ava Max, Sophia Carson, and Grace Potter, along with Jackie Cruz, many more. Once again, check it out, calhopeconcerts.com tonight at 7 p.m. Deuce and Mo coming up at 1:47. Bobby Jackson, the new head coach of the Stockton Kings, coming up at 3:20. So, in all of the bad that happened last night with the fan interactions in Philadelphia and New York, I shouldn't even say they were interactions. Fans interjecting themselves into conversations, interjecting themselves into playoff moments yesterday. Because truthfully, the story, Philadelphia is taking care of business like they're supposed to. The little hope that Washington has rides on Russell Westbrook and Bradley Beal. Bradley Beal was nursing a problem with his hand. I don't know if you saw him at all. He kept like flexing his hand and his wrist over and over again. That was after 2 ankle twists to Russell Westbrook. I know Washington, the chances of Washington being competitive in this series were slim. You have a hobbled version of those two or worse, no version of those two. This thing's going to be over here pretty quickly.
All bad.
The story for the Washington Wizards, Russell Westbrook and Bradley Beal, are how they pulled this team from 15 games under 500 into a play-in situation, winning the play-in situation, and into the playoffs. That's their story. That's probably where it's going to come to an end. You just hope the guys can stay healthy as this thing starts to wind down for them. And Philadelphia just rolling along, trying to take care of business. Great atmosphere in Madison Square Garden yesterday. The series shifts to Atlanta. Trae Young's been talking a big game. He's been having fun. I've been loving everything that we have seen in that series. And then on the other side, the Jazz, what we asked right as the show was wrapping up yesterday, Casey, I asked you, hey, who's going to have a bigger impact in this game, Ja Morant and Donovan Mitchell? And it turned out both answers were correct, though. Donovan Mitchell's 25 points, which is really amazing. Donovan Mitchell did not look like a guy who hasn't played basketball in 40 some odd days or whatever it's been. He looked like he's been ready to go for weeks. But he, stepped right out there on the floor. I think they had 3 20-point scores last night. Like, they look great. But it felt like a lot of people were talking about Ja Morant last night. And a lot of people were talking about Ja. Okay, you sound upset about that. Talk to me.
No,
I'm here for you. Talk to me.
I'm careful with that because I like Ja Morant. I think he's a damn good ball player. I enjoy watching him play. I really mean that. You know what I'm saying? And he had 47 in the playoffs. Like that.
He has 7 assists too.
Yeah, man. Ja is great. I really enjoy him, but I mean, I've
say it.
Ja is a really good ball player. I look at him, in comparison to a De'Aaron Fox a lot of the times because that's where the comparisons have been drawn. And he just does not have the responsibility of a De'Aaron Fox out there every single night. And he's played good in the last 3-4 games or so. And it's playoff time, so it gets magnified, and he deserves for it to be magnified.
That's it.
But I've seen so many times this year when Ja Morant 15 points on 5 of 16 from the field, and he's not guarding anybody, and he's over there hiding out, trying to guard the weakest defender on the court every single time down. So, like I said, man, I don't want to take away from what that man did on a playoff platform because that's major. That is big. And 47 points, I don't care if it was in the playoffs or in a game December 7th. All right, 47 points is 47 points. And he only did it on 26 shots, I think.
Yeah,
too.
That's crazy. 15 to 26.
Yeah, man. So I don't want to take away from him, but it was a little overboard. But I mean, that's what happens when it's in the playoffs too, though.
That's it. That. Like that's where this conversation is going. The conversation around star level. We talk about can De'Aaron be an all-star? Can De'Aaron be an all-star? You think Belo and JC in Memphis are talking about Ja Morant and his ability as an all-star, being an all-star year after year after year? This moment that Ja Morant has right now is how he gets to the next level. Having the stage with the league's best team, by the way, going up 1-0 on that, having the performance that you did here in game number 2, leaving doubt. Hey, Memphis is scrappy. Can they get this done? Are they going to be able to get a game in Utah? Are they going to be able to, bring back the magic that they had in game 1 now that Donovan Mitchell is back? This is how you become a made man.
Absolutely.
Trae Young, made man.
Yep.
Trae Young is a made man moving forward. This is and then you talked about being hungry. Talked about being thirsty. I don't know why in the culture we always equate needing something to food, but that's what we do. Being hungry, being thirsty. Man, the Kings will never get that. De'Aaron Fox won't get that level of respect. You'll always have guys like the coffee boy saying Ja Morant is who De'Aaron Fox wishes that he was. You're always going to have guys do that until Sacramento can dig themselves out of this hole that they're in, this 15-year hole that they're in, become a respectable franchise, be back in the playoffs. And it helps guys like Ja Morant. It helps Devin Booker. It helps Trae Young that they've not only have appeared in the playoffs, but they're getting wins in the playoffs, or at least a win in the playoffs. That's like, oh, okay, look.
Right.
All right. Look at what they're doing.
Right. No, and that is part of Harrison Barnes talked about it in his exit interview or his exit press conference or whatever the case may be, when you can do almost whatever you want individually in this league. It's not going to matter if you don't have the team success. And that's the next step that De'Aaron Fox, we can cape for Fox. We can celebrate him all we want. It doesn't matter if it's not on the biggest stage. It doesn't matter. If he can't get to the biggest stage, it doesn't matter. And that doesn't mean that I don't think he's a good ball player or, there's something lacking or anything like that, or that it's necessarily all his fault. But what I like to say on here, heavy is the head that wears the crown. If your team's not getting there, the responsibility is going to lie on you, fair or not. You know what I mean? And that's just what it is. And I said a long time ago, even when we talk about the coffee boy, I said so many times, he can have the last laugh when it comes to that Fox thing, because Fox ain't there. He's not there. He can have the last laugh. You know, I had to bring out his coffee pass though when he got disrespectful. But when you talk about basketball in this situation with Fox and Ja and all this other stuff, he and everybody else who feels that way absolutely has the last laugh. And Fox has to wear that until he gets to the playoffs. That's what it is.
Is Ja Morant the leader of the Memphis Grizzlies?
I'm not close enough to understand. I think it's a little bit of a group effort. And I think that I'll put it to you like this. He can be off and they still win.
Sure. But we talk about, you use your high school high analogy. Mm-hmm. You kind of follow the leader. We talk about teams adapting the personality of the best player. We talked about it in the times of DeMarcus. We've talked about it in the times of Chris Webber. You can lay it out for team after team after team after team where they adopt the personality of their best player. Do the Memphis Grizzlies follow Ja Morant's lead? I guess is what I'm asking.
I get you. I get you from a distance. I feel like the other two people that are making me pause about this is Dillon Brooks and Valanciunas, because
different personalities.
I think they Dillon Brooks, for instance, I don't know if he follows anybody, right? Dillon Brooks has his own thing going on, mm-hmm. and in turn, the rest of the Grizzlies might feed off of Dillon Brooks. You know what I'm saying? Does that make him the leader? I don't know, but I think they feed off of him maybe a little bit more than Ja Morant, and Valanciunas is the same way, and he's got a little veteran cachet to go along with it too. So I get it. I get 100% what you're saying, and maybe Ja is the guy. Ja's the guy that brings the swagger and the confidence to that group, I think. But the two guys that make me pause about that is Dillon Brooks and Valanciunas.
And those are guys with not in terms of the way that they play, but talking about in personalities is relating him to the Kings. Those are Mo Harklesses and Terrence Davises, mm-hmm. who kind of step up. Like, they have grittier personalities. They have stronger personalities. They have get in your face, aggressive personalities. Obviously, we know what type of personality Valanciunas has. Mm-hmm. Ja and De'Aaron do feel similar in terms of their. Ja doesn't feel, De'Aaron. I'm not a fiery guy. Mm-hmm. I'm not a rah-rah guy. I don't think Ja is either. At least it doesn't appear that way on the court. I certainly don't know, what type of conversations they have in the locker room. Just as I don't know what type of conversations they have in the locker room here in Sacramento. But just looking at Ja on the court, he doesn't feel like that. He only feels slightly more animated than De'Aaron does.
Yeah, I disagree with that a little bit. He's considerably more fiery than
considerably.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm on late pass on the wrong nights. I didn't feel that way.
He's a lot more animated outwardly on a consistent basis than De'Aaron is. I think he's more animated.
Okay. I haven't.
This may sound like a hating statement, but does anybody get celebrated more for getting blocked or missing dunks than Ja Morant?
Yes, Luka does.
Ja Morant, like, he'll do the thing where he'll take off from the dots and won't even be close, almost like Draymond's dunk against the Lakers in the playing game, where he'll take off, won't even hit the rim, but because he cocked it back and threw it hard, oh my gosh, Ja tried to end someone's life. And he almost never makes these dunks. It's probably happened about 10 times in his career. Never makes the dunk. But, oh boy, Ja tried to end him. All right, make a dunk at some point before I even put that on my Bleacher Report highlight.
You know what this is coming across like, don't you?
It's coming off as hating. I understand that, and I'm very aware of that, because I really do like Ja Morant. Like, I really do.
Keep telling yourself
him.
that.
People talk about, oh, he's fun to watch. Jokic is fun to watch. I don't feel that way.
I don't think that's true.
Ja is fun to watch. I watch him, and I like what he did against the Warriors the other day, last week. Mm-hmm. I was enjoying that. Like, I was like, yo, this boy. And then when he hit the floater and was yelling and flexing and all that, I was like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. I really do enjoy Ja Morant. And that's why I always want to preference that, because I just see how it's covered sometimes and the discrepancies, and I'm like, I'm not feeling that. But the player himself has.
He's been anointed. Is that what you're suggesting? He's been anointed
a little bit, but I'm always, because I do like him, I know that he has nothing to do with any of this, and I don't want to put none of that on him or my enjoyment of him. It's the coverage of him sometimes, but he has nothing to do with that. Like, he out there going out there trying to ball, and I like that about him. So.
You listen to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320, KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We appreciate you for being with us here on the Odyssey app on 1320 AM. We appreciate those watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Deuce and Mo coming up in 45 minutes. Bobby Jackson, the new head coach of the Stockton Kings, coming up at 3:20, Casey.
I was just going to even compound on that. Even this whole Ja versus Fox thing, Ja Morant didn't ask for none of this. I bet he was sitting there like, why would you do that? Don't put my name in that man's whatever you got going on with that man. Mm-hmm. Like, and this is from things that I've seen from Ja, read stories on him, seen features on him. He ain't that type of dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, he kind of just comes in and goes about his business his way. So.
Why do these two get linked together the way that they do? It's not like they weren't even in the same draft. It's not like De'Aaron was taken before Ja or Ja was taken before De'Aaron. They're not in the same draft class. Like, I've never understood like how this became such a, because I have like a group text with my friends, and one of my guys in Orlando was texting me, "Oh, Ja greater than Fox." Like, what are you talking about? Like, why are you even thinking about De'Aaron Fox when you're watching Ja Morant? Like, I don't understand it.
I see the similarities.
We're not friends anymore, by the way. I blocked him, so I won't receive those texts anymore.
I see the similarities in their game. I think they're kind of similar. I think Fox is better, but I see the similarities in the quickness and the shiftiness and things of that nature. One is left-handed, one is right-handed. That's the only difference. But before people started doing that, I was never like, oh, Fox and Ja. Like, no, they're two different people. It's two different players. Like you said, not the same draft class. I'm not sure why. Maybe it is the similarities that some people see in their games or whatever. But I never understood, and this goes all the way back to Coffee Boy, why you would knock down the other to put up the one guy. Yeah. Like, even when I go through this conversation, you guys can probably hear it and see it. Like, I'm not here because I like Fox and I think he's better. I don't want that to come across as me not liking Ja or thinking that he's not good, because he's dope. He's really dope. But it seems like people have to do that with these two. You know what I mean? Even Kings fans like talking bad about, like, no, don't talk bad about Ja. Ja can ball. You know what I'm saying? He can go. And I don't know where that dynamic came from.
Because it's something that happens in the media. You got to have something to compare it to. It's like every draft comp. Like, you have to have a player who has never played a game before. You have to compare him to another player. Mm-hmm. And if it's a European player, you're going to be compared to a European player. Mm-hmm. If you're a white player, you're going to be compared to a Larry Bird. If you're Luka Doncic, you're going to be compared to Dirk or Tony Kukoc. Like, it's just lazy ass analytical work, and it's been going on forever. It's like you just can't. Man, De'Aaron Fox is really good. Like, you see the steps that he's taken this year. He's become a more dominant scorer, things that we haven't seen from him before. Yeah, but Ja been doing that. Yeah, what does that got to do with the conference? Like, what are you talking about? I ain't talking about Ja Morant. One, no, he hasn't. But two, what are you even talking about, Ja? Right. Like, what are you talking? And I see Ko here in the Twitch chat on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. But didn't Ja call himself a top 5 point guard? Hell yeah, he did. Why wouldn't he?
Right.
What's he supposed to be like? I'm top 30.
Right.
Like, if
I disagree with him, but
you know who the number one radio show in the country is? Us.
Damn right.
Zero statistical evidence to prove that we are better than shows that are airing in New York and Los Angeles. But guess who believes that we are?
Damn
we do.
Right.
Why the hell wouldn't Ja believe he's a top 5 point guard in the league? What's he supposed to? There's Russ and Steph, and start naming off like 10 guys who are better than them.
Man.
Every athlete, everybody at their job should be like, yeah, I'm the best account there is.
Right.
Best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
Absolutely. He wasn't the best there was.
Arguably my least favorite wrestler that I just quoted right there. Yeah. That dude you went to private school with in elementary school loves him some Bret the Hitman Hart.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Unfreaking bearable. He loves that dude so much.
Come on.
Absolutely loves
Come
him.
on.
Well, we've got to compare Bret to Shawn Michaels, right? You build rivalries, you build stories. We talk about this all the time here on the radio show. Content. We don't care who wins unless it pertains, Sacramento Kings, San Francisco 49ers being the exception. We don't care who wins these stories. We don't care who wins these series. We want the best story. Mm-hmm. What's the best story? So you've got to Ja Morant being good. Ja Morant taking that step in the playoffs. That's not a good story. Well, how can we make it better? Well, he surpassed that De'Aaron Fox. Look at De'Aaron, 31 wins for his team, while Ja Morant's winning in the playoffs.
Yeah.
These writers, these analysts, these radio shows, these television personalities, they try to take someone down to build out their argument a little bit further.
On the flip side, though, if I'm De'Aaron Fox, you know how I'm feeling right now.
Hungry.
I am hot.
Mm-hmm.
I am.
Mm-hmm.
Don't talk to me all summer because I'm just in a bad mood until that season starts. That's how I would be. That's how I hope he is.
Yeah, that's tough though, because you got maybe not a bad mood, maybe just motivated. I mean, the man does have a family, okay.
I'd be on edge.
All right.
Basketball wise, not when Wilson, hey, let's go to the park. I wouldn't be on edge then.
Okay.
But watching these games, I'd be on edge.
I feel like you'd be an unbearable professional athlete. I would have hated to know you when you were playing in college. I feel like you would be just awful. You'd be on edge like all of the time.
Yeah.
Walking around with your Theragun, just massaging your hamstrings and your calves and your quads, and I feel like that would be you all.
To be honest with you, I probably wasn't on edge enough. That's probably why I didn't make it even farther. That's more on edge.
And it's interesting. I've heard a professional athlete that we all know and love say something similar, not about being on edge, but about how he didn't necessarily understand. He wished he had adopted what Kobe was doing earlier. Like he didn't understand the eat, sleep, live, breathe basketball thing until later. And it became what would have happened if I adopted that earlier, if I understood that earlier, or a way of phrasing it is what you just said. I wish I had been more on edge.
Right.
I wish I was doing what I'm telling De'Aaron to do right now. Be frustrated by what he's seeing from, and it's not just Ja, it's Devin Booker. Yeah. It's Luka Doncic.
It's the stage. Trae
Young.
Yeah.
It's this crop of young players that De'Aaron Fox very much belongs of. When you talk about the top players, 25 and under or whatever it may be, De'Aaron Fox deserves to be in that conversation. But if you're asking people right now, they're talking Luka, they're talking Ja. I don't know that Devin Booker's under 25 anymore, but he might be close to it. Like you're talking about those guys right now because he's out of sight, out of mind.
And if I'm Fox, I want in on that action. If I'm
Tyrese Halliburton, I want in on that action. Absolutely. If I'm Marvin Bagley, I want in on that action. If I'm any of those guys, I want in on that action. And Devin Booker's still, God bless it, Devin Booker's 24 years old still. My goodness.
Are you really?
I don't know why. He's 24.
Wow. That is crazy. Wow.
Is that right? Because he was taken in 2000.
Man,
he was in the
like
Karl Anthony Towns
freshman
draft
too. So yeah,
man, that's boy.
Freshman.
All right, my man. Well, he's going to be back on the stage tonight.
He's going to be back on the stage. I mean, we could talk about it on the other side. But
there it is.
What you seeing tonight? What you seeing tonight? Number one, do you think Chris Paul plays?
Yeah. I saw something in the chat, which I won't read because it's the chat. But I think Chris Paul was confirmed to be playing tonight. So we'll look that up here during the commercial break, because I'm sure that was a conversation. It's 1:11 right now, which means shoot around has already happened. So I would guess if Chris Paul wasn't playing, or if it was even in question, we'd probably be alerted about it by now. But
I will say this: we've talked about De'Aaron Fox needing to get on that stage and needing to be in the playoffs and do all that. And Romanowski 316, I'll take that back down. But Romanowski 316 makes a great point. We heard Mr. Halliburton. The drought is over.
Oh,
he'll be there next year.
Oh, indeed. Y'all ain't heard?
I can guarantee you that's over.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's it. That's over.
That's a hell of a drop, too.
Isn't it? Doesn't that sound good? He's talking about the playoff drought.
I can guarantee you that's over.
Oh, man. Mr. Halliburton.
That's
music to our ears. Yes.
He don't even know it.
Chris Paul. Oh, he definitely knows it, man. We're his favorite radio show. He said as much here when he joined us. Chris Paul is a go tonight in game 3. He's not a game time decision. They're not going to figure it out later. He's going tonight. So Chris Paul will be active.
I'll tell you this, man. Chris Paul, if you're going to be active, you know my thing. If you're going to be out there, I need you to produce. I can't be out there. Oh, I can't shoot. I can barely lift. I'm going to be a decoy. If you're going to be out there in this situation, I need you to produce.
Well, give him an opportunity to get out there before you start tearing him apart.
I'm not tearing him apart. I'm just saying, like, I need him to be out there and doing stuff. Don't just be out there just to be out there.
Well, let Monty be the judge of that. Let Monty get a feel, because I think Monty did a good job of monitoring that game too. We'll come back. We'll talk about Lakers Suns tonight. We'll talk more NBA. We'll talk more Kings. We'll talk with Deuce Mo in 30 minutes as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Sorry,
John. We're gonna get to this when you come back. I got a question. We're gonna get to this.
Get that right out the break.
Yeah.
I believe what Romanowski meant was my neck and my back. What is that? What are you doing with your avatar over there? Like, what is happening?
I didn't even take time to examine that. We just
almost as bad as the one Bryce had the other day. Bryce. Yeah, Donovan Mitchell, good call, Roddy. Yeah, he's in that class for sure. I have him in my notes here. I don't know why I didn't mention him.
Donovan with 25 points.
Let's go. Freeport. Yeah, 3 20-point scores last night, man. It felt like he just kind of opened things up, man.
I found Freeport on Twitter yesterday.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Is his Twitter handle Freeport Metu or no?
No, but we definitely need to.
Should we flood his timeline with Freeport Metu references?
Yeah, absolutely. You guys go say Freeport Metu, D'Lo and Casey, whatever the case may be. Let them know we out here. Hey, boo.
Hey, Jess.
Reese gets a kick out of Lil Baby saying yellow Ferrari like Pikachu. He's like, he said Pikachu.
Oh, man.
I got you, Ko. I smell what you're cooking. But what we're saying is I didn't look at that as like him being cocky.
That's what it was. No.
Or him.
It was asked that question too.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not like he was like, I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest. I wasn't doing all that. Always trying to stir up trouble. By the way, Cole, it's all good tomorrow. You texted the wrong time. Yeah, it's all good. Audience, so people who listen to the radio in this city are every time someone takes a day off, they're like, "Hey, did something happen?" Like, no, we're taking a day off, man. We tired. We've had like 2 days off since August, and I think it was the day after Christmas and the day after Thanksgiving, or no, it was the day after Christmas and New Year's. No, it wasn't. It was Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. Those were the 2 days we had off.
Yeah,
the 2 extra days we had off. And Danny's like, "Man, you need to plan some time away." It's like, yeah, you're right, Danny. You need to hire. You need to hire our favorite podcast.
There was a couple of things going on or whatever, and I was gonna I can say it because it's not going to happen. I was like, oh, well, I can just bring all my stuff and record at the hotel room. Like, it'll be good. And then I looked at the dates and I was like, oh no, that's the week of the draft. Like, no, I won't be going nowhere.
Yep.
I'll be in Sacramento right
Yep.
here.
Yep.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting draft day.
Hey, look who dropped in here. What's up, Matty? I think that's the real Matt George too. That's not even the chat house Matt George. Like that's the actual Matt George.
What's up, big dog? What's up, big dog? La, la, la.
Me and Matt talked some Kings basketball last night.
Yeah, I got that queued up, ready to go once we get off.
Deuce and Mo coming up here in 30 minutes. Bobby Jackson, the new head coach for the Stockton Kings, coming up at 3:20. Cal Hope concert coming up tonight. Shine light during the Mental Health Awareness Month and to let all Californians know about the free mental and emotional resources provided by Cal Hope. Checking out tonight, 7 p.m., streaming live at calhopeconcerts.com. You had something for me right before we went to the other side.
Yeah. So John Bull, he comes in here and he gets one playoff win, and we're throwing a parade down K Street. And he was also responding to
clinch the playoffs, and we might throw a parade down. We've got to learn to rephrase this, Casey. Sorry, clinch a postseason berth.
Yeah,
and we might, because you don't tell me the Kings clinch a play-in spot. We're not excited.
Absolutely excited.
So let's start rephrasing it. Kings clinch a postseason spot.
And he got on this because did you see? I'm sure you did. You saw the Knicks fans outside the Garden.
Oh yeah,
night, right? Like yeah, they was out there, and it got me thinking. Because I had actually tweeted that thing about man, I need him in the postseason ASAP, and people were responding like, oh, Golden One, that'll be a movie, and it will be a movie in Golden One Center if that happens.
They're obsessed with movies.
And then they were like, another buddy of mine was like, I'm going to be in Sac County Jail if the Kings win.
Oh, dear God. Let's not do that.
It's going to be crazy. It's going to be wild. So I wanted to know we'll start with Damien.
Okay.
People in the chatty house, people listening, call in 916-349-1320. Kings, we'll start with clinch a postseason berth. What's it looking like?
Let's just open that up for the chat. Let's just open that up for the phone lines, because I'm gonna go. I'll be at the game. I'll cover the game for ESPN 1320, and then I'm gonna go home.
I'm not going home.
Or maybe I might be outside as my part, but I ain't gonna turn up. Like you ain't gonna find me in Sac County Jail.
I'm having some shots of McQueen. I'm having some shots.
Oh, I'm doing that. Yeah,
that's a given. Let them know what you're doing. Where you gonna be at?
Yeah, that's a given. Like we'll do the McQueen. We hopefully the blue bottle will be more readily available by the time the Kings. What happens first? The Kings make the playoffs, or Bel Air Blue is readily available for everybody. I heard if you go to Total Wine on Arden that you can celebrate Memorial Day with Luke Bel Air Blue. I strongly advise you to call in advance. We had John Bull driving all over Roseville today
Steve
trying to find it. Steve, he might have. Hey, I don't blame him. Steve got more bottles of the Luke Bel Air Blue than we do.
That's facts.
I could probably add up all of the, I know Mia got one. I know Big Mike over at KSFM got one. You got two. I got two. He might have more, at Ty Guy might have more Luke Bel Air Blue than all Sacramento media who reps the brand here.
That's facts. That's facts.
But go check it out. Total Wine on Arden. You can celebrate Memorial Day with that Luke Bel Air Blue.
I am saying though, the night they can clinch a postseason berth, I'm outside. For a little while after the game and all that other stuff. I'm outside.
Okay.
I'm on K Street.
Well, let's plan a little John concert then. What do we got to do? Yo, let's go. Turn down for what? Let's get it. I'm with it.
like I said, man, I mean,
let's get it.
That you thought, if you thought that the Garden was looking like something, outside the Garden was looking like something, and it was pretty crazy. They talk about we want Brooklyn. That was pretty funny. Come on, man. Just that, first of all, let me go through the scenarios. If they clinch at home with a win, oh my God, it's a party. People ain't leaving Doko for a minute.
Oh, that brings up a unique scenario. What if they don't?
What if they don't clinch at home?
Yeah, do we just got to meet downtown?
I think.
What do we do?
So I think I'd already be downtown.
Do we throw an ESPN 1320 party? Do we throw a D'Lo and KC party somewhere?
Yeah, I think
Watch
so.
it together.
I think we're already down there. But let's just say we're not already down there. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm going down there.
Okay.
If I see at the house say the Kings lost, but they needed New Orleans to lose, and they would be in, and New Orleans lost. Oh, Jazz, I'll be back. I'm going to get. You
ain't even going to take Jazz with you?
Jazz, she don't want to be out with these people. She can come if she wants to, but she don't want to be out with these people.
I don't blame you.
And
I think it's you she don't want to be out with. She don't want to be out with you in that type of environment.
That's facts. That is facts. Yeah, I'm part of the problem there. But I'll be like, I'll be back, and I'm downtown. I'm K Street. I'm out there.
Yeah,
it'll be such a joyous occasion.
Oh man, it'll be something.
And it's going to happen next year. I believe it, and Mr. Halliburton believes it. It's happening next year, so you guys plan accordingly now.
I can guarantee you that's over.
Playoff drought. You heard him. That's over. That's Mr. Halliburton right there.
I love that. I can guarantee you it's over.
Yeah. Ain't no way Jazzy 510 going to be out hanging out with Kenny Caraway downtown with a Kings playoff spot on the line. Yeah. But here's the other thing, and I don't mean to diminish the moment outside Madison Square Garden because it was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if someone had taken a video shot of Phoenix leaving, wouldn't it have been pretty similar?
I don't think so, to be honest with you.
No, I mean, I could see it.
I get what you're saying, but not Phoenix.
I just tried to pick the team who had been missing the playoffs for a long time, got back in, got a game 1 win. No,
I know.
And I get it. It's different. It's that you're walking out on Madison Avenue. It's different. The world, nobody knows, where the Phoenix Suns play, what street it's on, or anything like that. Is it on Phoenix Suns Boulevard too? I mean, but everybody knows Madison Square Garden. I get in that element when you see it and you recognize, oh man, they're a block away from Times Square right now. It's about to go down.
Yeah,
the city that never sleeps. It's about to be legit. I also think because there's really not a lot of places to go. When you come out of the Garden, it's not like there are 20 different exits like there are at the Golden One Center.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what Madison Square Garden is like. You got a couple, and you're converging into the same spot. I think if you go, I think you could get a video like that at Doko.
Oh, for sure.
Where those escalators are, where the main court is, where all the concerts are, where the shopping centers are.
No, that's going to be lit. That is going to be a movie, Damian. It really is.
You're really hung up on that phrase, man.
Nah, it's gonna be because that's what happens.
What movie? Is Ryan Coogler directing it?
Probably. Saturday Alumni.
Let's go.
I'm telling you, man, it's going to be like that. And then it's going to go down K Street. And then, but see, look, we're only talking about
now we're headed to the clubs.
We're talking about the bare minimum. Like John said, I'll put it to you like this. I'll give you this scenario. Round 1, Kings lose the first game. Let's say they repeat what happened in 1996 or 1999. Lose first game, win the second game coming home. Downtown going crazy, bro. Downtown going crazy. And they coming back home 1-1. And then look about this crazy scenario. What if they go up 2-1 like they did against the Jazz in 99? Oh my God. Doko's going crazy. I can't wait till next year. I really can't, because it's going to happen next year. I've already said it, because if not, heads are going to roll. So, people want to keep the job or keep their spot on the roster. They better make the playoffs next year. So I'm already knowing.
Man, we are living in fantasy world here on a Thursday, man. It is extraordinary. 916-349-3239. 1320. Our man Ramsey. Ramsey, what's good, baby?
Not much. Like I said, I'm on the road to Daly City because that's the only place in Northern California that was showing the Luke Belair Blues. So my girl, I'm going to pick it up, but I'm making a day out of it. I'm about to go see the A's play against Shohei Ohtani later tonight.
Ooh. Okay.
Ooh, Shohei. Okay. That's good stuff, man.
And Shohei pitching tonight.
That's a needle mover for me.
Yeah, you got to check that out if you can. That's a good look. That's a good look, man.
That ain't the pitcher I'm there for. I'm there for Chris Bassett.
Nah, you there for Ohtani. It's okay. We won't tell anybody. We'll just keep it. We'll keep it here in the ESPN 1320 D'Lo and Casey family.
I just hope they get to Ohtani and send it back out to the outfield before the fifth inning.
Yeah, Ohtani gonna get to them. You see that bomb he hit the other night? That boy crushing. That boy crushing.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's the Angels only All-Star right here.
I love watching that dude play, man.
Randy, where would you be if the Kings clinched a playoff? Yeah.
At home or at the arena?
If you're at the arena, are you hanging out for a little while afterwards, or are you going straight home?
No, I might hang out for a minute, but normally I just go straight home.
Man, we're grabbing Ramsey. We'll take him out with us. We're grabbing Ramsey. Yeah, okay. You're staying with Kenny. I'm not. That ain't on me.
Oh no, both of you.
Ramsey, no, Ramsey. That's on you. Have fun watching Shohei Ohtani, by the way, and enjoy them Bel Air Blue Bottles. I admire that he's man, as a good woman. Hey, they're in Daly City. You're on your way. Go get them. Well, that's good stuff right there. I was calling around. I mean, I heard Total Wine on Arden. Call and ask before you go. But Ben, Black Bottles 916 told us they should be on the stores. They should be on the shelves, excuse me, of both Total Wine and Bevmo. John sent me a picture. Poor John. They had the gold. They had the brute, the white, and right in the middle, there was like an aisle for some bottles, but the bottles weren't there. So he spoke to everyone in sight, and they were like, "No, we ain't got them out there yet." So,
oh man,
call Bevmo, call Total Wine, call the closest one near you, and see if they have them. See if they have the
really are buzzing off these blue bottles though. Like,
for sure.
Like I'm getting requests or whatever. Like, yo, can you shoot me? I was like,
I'm getting requests
asking me, how does it taste? I don't know yet. I only have two.
Only one I know who's had it is Steven. Steven had he grabbed his, he chilled it, he popped it.
Yeah.
He said it was amazing. I was like, man, must be nice.
Can't wait.
I've started to contemplate if I could take that blue bottle that you see if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube and drink it and refill it with blue Gatorade. Trying to figure out, like, is the color the same? Like, how much of the bottle is blue versus how much of the liquid is blue? And could I substitute it with blue Gatorade? That's my plan.
Yeah. I'm really contemplating.
These things are commodities.
Yeah, I'm really contemplating that.
I feel like we could sell these like it's a Top Shot moment. You get paid on these blue bottles right here. And Sovereign Bands is sleeping, boy. We got some commodities on our hands. Let's go. Let's get it in. And what we were talking about earlier, Marcus says he's going to be in the public house wowing. It's going to be a moment, man. It's going to be a moment, and it's going to be a fan base letting out a massive level of frustration. Shout out to the homeboy Warren. Total Wine on Arden is out of the blue. Damn. We sold it out already. Damn. Steven said he's had the blue. There he is. It's life-changing. There it is. Okay. But shout out to Warren also grabbed a bottle of the gold and the Lux. So it's Memorial Day weekend, baby. Get in there. Y'all get it popping this weekend, man. Get in there. I'm gonna get it popping. We sold that joker out quick. Real quick. Man, I knew as soon as I put that tweet from Steven online, it was like, all right, let's see what happens here. But they ran out in one day. They'll be more readily available at some point. Like I said, as long as there is some available, readily available next April. Mm-hmm. Maybe we could. I mean, we go because now, Damien. So I'm gonna be out there, right? I'm gonna be out there. I'm gonna be with the people or whatever. But I'm older now. It can't just be
in the scrum too much. I need somewhere where I can sit down. You know what I'm saying? I need to chill somewhere over to the side. You know, if need be, you know, I'll pay a couple extra dollars just so I can sit down, have something next to me, you know.
Well, of course, you ordered a Tesla truck. Of course, you're going to pay the extra dollars to have a place to sit down.
Back in the day, I'd be sweating with the people all in the middle of the area. Now I can't do that no more.
In a tank top with your shirt tucked into your waist. Yep. Live that life, boy.
Have my pastor rag with me.
Sidelines, 1023 Front Street in Old Sacramento. Come through on one of those Friday summer nights.
Nah, I'm gonna tweet. I'm like, hey, you guys come chill, man. I'm over here on this side. You know what I'm saying? Me and D-Lo, we over here in the corner, man. You know, we at this table.
It's gonna be Kenny. D-Lo just left. He's on his way back to the house. But KC still here. Come through, hang out. It'll be something, man, and it's exciting to think about. And again, it's one of those things where you see the Garden, you see Phoenix, you see the crowds, and it's like, oh man, come on, give us something. Give us something, man. And that's why you can either choose to be pessimistic and frustrated that Luke Walton is back. You could be pessimistic and frustrated that, you know, Buddy Hield is here, Harrison Barnes is here, or whatever deal that you wanted to be executed at the trade deadline wasn't executed, or
not here and all that other
or
stuff.
That, or you can be you could be hopeful, you could be optimistic. And I'm trying to think of a time where I was like, okay, I'm buying in. I'm gonna choose to buy in. And I know I didn't for Vlade, because I couldn't. I just didn't believe the vision. I didn't believe any of it. I'm riding with it.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna give Monty a chance to screw up, because I don't think he screwed up yet. So I'm gonna give him a chance to. I'll give Monty my trust. It maybe he hasn't earned it, but he hasn't lost it either. But I'll give it to him. He can have it.
This. A lot of pressure on these guys. I know I'm putting a lot of pressure on them. Like, it has to get.
Yeah, but the funny part is who's these guys?
Everybody involved.
Luke and De'Aaron and
everybody involved.
But they might not be here. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of pressure on Luke Walton.
Next year?
Yeah,
they'll be here next year.
Oh,
Luke and De'Aaron.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the pressure is on Luke, De'Aaron, Tyrese, and then I don't know, and Harrison maybe. I don't know.
Whoever gets here, whoever is here, will step into that pressure cooker.
Oh! Imagine the situation we talked about with Mark Spears yesterday. And by the way, shout out to Danny in San Francisco and our man JT Jesse in the studio, who have done a tremendous job of booking guests the last 2 weeks, from Rick Adaman to Yolanda Griffith to George Carl earlier this week, Bobby Jackson today, Mark Spears, Mark Jones. I mean, the collective effort to make dealing with KC hot once the Kings season once the Kings season finished up has been pretty dope, man. So shout out to those guys for all of the hard work that they've put in here over the course of the last couple of weeks. And there's going to be a lot more of that in the weeks and months ahead. For sure, including Bobby Jackson today at 3:20, Deuce Mo coming up in about 10 minutes or so. But imagine that scenario that both Mark Spears and Mark Jones talked about, and bringing in that anchor, bringing in that veteran, bringing in that guy. You've got your star backcourt with Tyrese Halliburton and De'Aaron Fox, but bringing in that guy to anchor the whole thing, right? Hey, fam. You've got some pressure on you, bro, because we set the expectations before you got here. And now because you are being brought in here to be the anchor, these expectations now fall heavily on your shoulders.
Yep. You're in a pressure cooker. we have to see postseason basketball next year. One of those trades that we talked about was getting Pascal Siakam, and Peyton asked, KC, what incentive does Toronto have to take Buddy Bags and a first-round pick? Well, Pascal Siakam makes like $30-something million a year. That's a lot for a team that is probably in a different phase in what they're trying to do. I'm not going to say they're tearing it down completely and rebuilding, but they're not in a championship level phase. And if Siakam isn't a franchise guy, like maybe you thought he was, you'd move on from him. And you get a guy like Buddy where you're kind of in his contract for a couple years, but Marvin, you can get out of that deal, save some more money, get a first-round pick. That'll give you 2 lottery picks and a draft that's super deep. Maybe it's a quick way to reset a little bit. That's the way I look at it.
And it's fascinating to think because they got Fred VanVleet locked up.
Mm-hmm.
They're losing Lowry.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, they have Siakam. I guess the question with Toronto becomes, is Siakam and VanVleet enough? Are those your pillars? Are those your building blocks? Or is it more of, man? By the way, they need to get they need to get the situation with Masai Ujiri taken care of too.
Yeah, absolutely. Get that taken care of.
That could be an influence on what happens moving forward.
Yeah. You look at their roster. I think they're gonna have to take care of OG and Anunoby either this summer or next summer. And you look at it and you say, I mean, we might be able to get OG a little cheaper and get the same type of production that Siakam gave us. Why are we paying Siakam $30 million a year? You know what I'm saying? So there's ways. Peyton says they got Gary Trent. Gary Trent is a free agent, I think, coming up. But even then, like I said, more so with them, it's getting off that $30-something million a year that Siakam is making. And if they're not sold in him being a guy that we can rebuild with and he's going to lead us back to a championship, yeah, I'd look to get off of that. I would at least consider it.
I wonder what the short list. We have all our scenarios. What's Monty thinking? And obviously, no matter, we could ask to have Monty on this show a million times, and even if he ever came out. So, Monty, who are you targeting? It's not a question. Yeah, it's not a question you ask a general manager. It's certainly not a question that Monty McNair is going to answer. But behind closed doors, I'm curious, who's the guy that they think can help turn this thing around? Do they have rankings? Do they have power rankings? Monty McNair's power rankings of trade acquisitions, of potential big fish targets, big game hunting here with Monty McNair.
Mm-hmm.
Are they predominantly front court players? Is it a wing? We keep hearing the term 3-and-D? Is it an amplified version of Terrence Davis, an amplified version of Mo Harkless? Like, who exactly? What is the missing piece that you can add to Tyrese and De'Aaron and then build everything else around? And I feel like it's a front court player, but I don't know.
I think it's anybody. I think it's a 3 or a 4. And I think if they got the right scenario for, let's just say, somebody like a Paul George, who you could play at the 3, I think they would get him in there. They would try to have Harrison at the 4. And if that didn't work, maybe look to move Harrison for a stronger power forward. But they would, it's a 3 or a 4, I think, that Monty's looking for. Yeah.
Are you purposely taking 5 out of it, or you just don't think 5 is valuable enough? Or are you banking on the re-signing of Rashawn Holmes?
It's funny you say that. Last night, I was just kind of thinking. I was in the shower thinking about the Kings.
You know what? I know you don't have to share everything. I know we talked about this, back in August when we launched the show. It's like, hey, we got to let people into our world. We can keep certain boundaries. Like, you really don't have to share. You're taking me too literal in sharing everything. Share mostly everything. It would have been fine. Hey, I was thinking about the Kings last night.
I was joking.
Location is not important in this situation.
That was a little punchline. That was a little jokey joke. I wasn't in the shower thinking about the Kings. But I was thinking about them last night, just kind of thinking about, what they need to do with this roster. Probably as I was watching playoff basketball, like, man, how are we going to get there? I don't know about Rashawn coming back, man. There's a lot going on. And I feel like if you bring Rashawn back, I feel like you're trading out one situation for another. Like this situation they're in right now with Buddy and Harrison and stuff like that. Like, man, we don't really have a lot of flexibility. You get off Buddy or Harrison to sign Rashawn and get in the same situation where you don't have much room to do much of anything. And I don't know, maybe they want to do that, but I don't know. Like if the price is right and they can fit them in, sure. But I don't know. They're definitely not doing 20. I don't know if they're doing 18, 17.
So it was the number from James Ham yesterday that got you exceptionally nervous.
I've gone back and forth about it numerous times, but I was just kind of thinking like, you think about the situation, and I don't think they like the situation they're in. Obviously, they're trying to move off Buddy or Barnes and probably Marvin so they can bring somebody in. if you say you get the Pascal Siakam thing taken care of, I don't think you can bring Rashawn Holmes in or bring him back. At least not for,
because you're bringing in 30 and you're taking away 30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Holmes 17, 18, I don't think that could happen. Even if you didn't, say you got off of Buddy and you got off of Marvin and you didn't bring back 30, you brought back 20 or whatever it was, and you gave yourself some room financially to be able to do some things. Well, you're giving that room back away if you give Rashawn Holmes.
But what
18,
things?
19, 20 million.
That's what but what things are you talking about?
I think you're trying to be ready. I think it's no secret. You want to be ready to pounce on anything. And like I said, a month ago, we weren't thinking about Sabonis. Now all of a sudden they're imploding in Indiana. Maybe that's available. We weren't thinking about Paul George. Well, maybe the Clippers are about to implode. So you want to be ready for that. What we always say in the culture, if you're ready, you ain't got to get ready. And you want to be ready to pounce on any opportunity that may present itself. And I hope, because I like Rashawn. I love Rashawn and the whole family. I hope they can figure it out. But I feel like if they brought Rashawn back, that would make that tough to be ready for any situation.
Well, we'll be ready for Deuce and Mo. They're going to join us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We hip Deuce and Mo here to McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin a couple of weeks ago, and we want to hip you to that same game, especially with temperatures creeping up this Memorial Day weekend into the triple digits. Boy, you need something cool, smooth, and refreshing. McQueen and the Violet Fog is the perfect gin for that. It mixes well with anything. Mix it with a little splash of something citrusy with a little lemon lime or something like that. You'll be good to go. Put it on ice. You'll be chilling all throughout this long holiday weekend. You could go to whatever your favorite local retailer is and pick up a bottle. If your local retailer doesn't have it, no problem. Let us know. We'll direct you where to go, and we'll let our man Ben know over at the Sovereign Brands with McQueen and the Violet Fog that, hey, this store needs a re-up. Get it set up. Or you can go to drizzly.com. That's one of the best ways to do it. Go to drizzly.com, and you can have it delivered to you. You can put it on hold somewhere, and you can go pick it up. It's perfect. McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. It's got immaculate taste in every bottle. This Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. And it's what we say. They don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. Trust me, you'll be saying the same thing the very second you try it. When you make your first cocktail this weekend, when you make your second, your third, your fourth, when you make it on Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, when you make it on Thursday or Friday, whenever you make your favorite cocktail, tag us on social media at Needle McKC and at McQueen Violet Fall. We want to share with everybody that the best gin in the world today is McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for this Brazilian gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. And KIFM reminds you, this weekend and every weekend, be responsible. Don't drink and drive.
Let me make the switch.
Spring the squad in here. Wow, that's a mess. Let's clean that up. What up, y'all?
Oh, how we doing?
And we are excellent, man. How are you guys?
Great, man.
So good.
Except it's going to be so hot this weekend, which irritates me, but hey, it's all good.
Yeah, it's going to be hot indeed.
I love the heat. Let's make it hot, baby.
Oh, you like the heat, Kenny?
Hell yeah.
Well, you're telling me, you go, hey, on Monday, let me look at the forecast. It's 106, and you go, hell yes.
I wouldn't want it to be 70 something.
Kenny, this is the issue. Deuce is really an 80-year-old man that checks the weather every hour on the hour. Okay. And so he knows each day if he's going to be happy or sad with how hot or cold it is.
Like he actually checks it on the news. He doesn't go to the app. He watches the local news.
I'm not like Kenny. Kenny's going, to the news or opening
the paper. When was the last time you guys watched the Weather Channel?
Not the Weather Channel.
I didn't even know if it's still around.
I'll put on.
They got some good programming on there.
Local news will be on once in a while.
Kenny just said they've got some great programming on the Weather Channel.
No, for real, the Weather Channel shows now. It's not
like what?
Like tornado disasters, the greatest tornado. Like they have
uplifting stuff right there.
Well,
people like those kind of things.
Have you seen that commercial too with that Rick dude that makes all the younger people that are becoming their parents, and they call television shows programs, and he's like, they're not programs, they are television shows, TV shows.
Mo Glasses has made an appearance here in the YouTube.
Oh yeah. Oh, I want those in that avatar.
Oh yeah, I couldn't pull those off.
Are
those blue blocker glasses?
Yes, these are not my readers. These are just blue blocker, and they give me life so I don't have headaches after.
Okay, good, because I started wearing mine, and I thought like this is so fake, like this doesn't work, but I feel like it works, and until it stops, I'm not gonna take them off.
Good, keep going. Don't let anyone.
And they make me look cute.
Yep, there you go. Oh my god.
The glasses that you know.
Yeah, people be hating on the glasses, and I'm like, I really don't care. 1, 2, why?
And don't underestimate these freaking lights right here. These the lights that we use are brutal. Hang on, guys. Cal Hope Concerts, for hope to shine the light during mental health awareness and let Californians know about the free mental and emotional resources provided by Cal Hope. Make sure you check it out tonight. It is Women's Night, 7 p.m. streaming live at calhopeconcerts.com. Again, that is calhopeconcerts.com. The new head coach of the Stockton Kings, Bobby Jackson, coming up at 3:20, and the play-by-play and color analyst for the Stockton Kings are with us now. Your favorite podcast host, ours as well, Deuce Mason, Morgan Reagan. What do you think about the Bobby Jackson hire for the Stockton Kings?
How crazy would it be if we were like, you know what? Honestly, I think it's a terrible move.
That's be so great. That's what I was hoping you'd do.
Like I hate it. I hate it so much.
Bobby sucks. He's a jerk.
One, we both, I think, I can speak for you. We love Bobby Jackson. So to also see his development as a coach throughout all these years, and now he's taken on head coach of this G League team, that we see the grind that these players, these coaching staffs have to go through. And I'm really happy for him.
I talked to him earlier today, and I could tell he's really excited because, you know, he's trying to grow, and this is kind of the evolution. Is like, okay, now I want to run my own team. I want to implement some things, and obviously he's going to be working in uniform with what like Luke Walton and Monty McNair want to do and try things out. But you know, he's got to find his voice as a head coach. And he's worked. You talk to players around the league, you know, he's got a lot of tight relationships in the NBA, and it's specifically someone like Isaiah Thomas too. He helped develop, and he gets it. And so I'm really eager to see him get this opportunity to grow in the G League.
With the Stockton Kings, do you I don't want to say do you think are they utilizing it the right way, because I think they are, but is there, James Ham was on here talking the other day about how the G League can be used to kind of foster an identity, or as a true breeding ground for an identity that a franchise is trying to have. So if the Kings and Monty were like, we just want to be 3-and-D central, you know, we want to have all these 3-and-D guys, they could get a bunch of guys that, you know, maybe pique their interest in that type of form of player and just put them on the G League. And it doesn't really matter what the standings are, or point guard, just get these guys and see who can fit that mold of what the team wants as an identity. Do you think they're trying to do that with hire, or like is that kind of the direction I'm trying to say that they may be going with this hire with Bobby Jackson?
Yeah, I think keeping everything within the same system, having that culture, keeping consistency with the same type of culture, the same type of play is very important. You look at where Chimezie Metu came from. He came from the Spurs and that G League team. And you look at him and where he is at as a player, and you go to think like, oh, well, you know, he came from that type of culture. And I think if you set that tone at the G League level and then all the way up to the NBA level, it's just going to stay consistent and grow to what your culture can actually be. And you can execute so much more in the future if you just have the same game plan.
I'm interested to see what they do with the G League team, though, because we haven't seen Monty McNair and his staff kind of work with the G League team. We saw like Ramsey and Woodard get assigned to teams, but we haven't seen it. Now, knowing the G League the last couple of years, Rio Grande Valley, they are the affiliate of the Houston Rockets, and they did some crazy things every once in a while. They're like, we're going to take a ton of threes, and when we like 60 threes, like we don't care. We're going to push the pace. We're going to get we're going to try new things. And, that's kind of, that's what I'm interested to see, like what Monty McNair, Paul Johnson, who's the Stockton Kings GM, do they implement some like radical things? Like, you know what? We want to experiment a little bit. Like, let's try this in the G League and see if it works.
Mm-hmm. I also want to mention, and I know I put over your interviews a lot. You had a Bobby Jackson interview. I feel like it was during the pandemic or something. It was so good. Like, it was one of the best because Bobby was just chilling and he was talking about everything. Like, that was, I'm sure that's deep in the Deuce Mo podcast archives, but that interview with Bobby Jackson was a good one.
Thank you. Yeah, that was, he opened up a lot and, was talking about obviously his mother or his grandmother actually picking cotton and talking about that lifestyle and just the way that he grew up to become the person and then the player and now the coach he is today. It was a really fun conversation that we had with him.
It was awesome to hear him open up, but also like super emotional too, because he's talking about how like his grandma and mom used to tell him like, hey, if you see a Confederate flag, like go the other way. I mean, we hit on a lot of ground from his journey growing up to getting to the league. And, Bobby's seen it all. And that's the other thing about Bobby. He does keep it real, right? Like he will talk to anyone. He's the same with everybody. And I think that's why a lot of players dig him.
Yeah. I'm excited to see him get this opportunity with the Stockton Kings. And as much as I love him here with this organization and with Sacramento, I mean, an opportunity to enhance his career and maybe this is a stepping stone to something bigger here or somewhere else, man. So I'm excited about that.
Yeah. And if they're really trying to keep everything together and have, the same strategies and the same culture and everything, I feel like you'll see a lot of him still and a lot will be intertwining more and more as they hopefully get this G League season going.
Yeah.
Feels like the first couple of games of the NBA playoffs have been a showcase of the young talent in the NBA. Who has really stood out to you two over the course of the first couple of games of the playoffs?
I mean, they're the obvious ones for sure, but I think I'm going to go with the wild card here. Dylan Brooks.
Oh.
Obviously he's not at the same level and he doesn't have the same ceiling as a John Morant or Trae Young. But man, like, I knew he brought it. I knew he was annoying. He's a pest. He's physical. He fouls too much, all that stuff. He plays hard. But what he's been doing offensively, getting to the basket, it's never pretty, but that guy busts his ass out there. And he has been so important to that Grizzlies team.
That's a good one. Obviously, John Morant is up there. Obviously, you're going to put Luke up there. But another guy, Trae Young. And I say it like that because I think other people have been talking about Trae Young for so long, but you really seen these big adjustments in his game this season. And now he's carrying that in the postseason and understanding how important it is to utilize all of his teammates and not just be this shooter out there, chucking up those long threes, not trying to be that hero, understanding that Bogey can shoot. And there's other pieces that he can use and be a playmaker. So I think he's another young guy that is showing, especially in this postseason, like I'm made for this.
And these young guys are talking smack.
Yeah.
I love it. Like I love Trae Young. John, even after the game, he's like, yeah, we got game 3 in Atlanta. We'll see you in the A. He's talking nonstop. Dylan Brooks, same thing. He's barking. Luka's talking smack to Beverly. I love that stuff. And I think that's what's made the playoffs so fun. I didn't feel that same way in the bubble last year. And it was a weird circumstances, but getting fans back, I think the players are juiced off of it. And these playoffs have been awesome.
Deuce, it's okay to say it. It's okay to say it. We're going to look back 5-10 years from now. I'm already seeing it right now. The bubble wasn't real playoff basketball. No disrespect to those guys.
Yeah.
No disrespect to what they had going on. They didn't choose the situation that they were put in. They just went out and performed. But it's clear as day now. The bubble, that was something else.
I'm with Damian rolling his eyes a little bit. I'm along those lines more so because it was still, I understand the things that were factoring in and what was missing and what was lacking. But the fact that there's so much lacking in the world's, everyone's lives, what you saw in that bubble and these humans fight through mentally, and you really put yourself in those shoes and being away from their families and all the different things. I felt like that added some sort of drama to the way that they put everything out on the floor in the bubble.
Oh, you can give them love. I mean, that wasn't easy to be away from the family that long, but the reality is Kenny's right. Like that wasn't, the intensity wasn't there. The crowd, they weren't feeding off that. Like we're having fans, like fans are so eager. They're throwing popcorn on Westbrook. Someone spit on Trae Young. Like, what the hell? That's like the bad stuff. But the good stuff is seeing Madison Square Garden go crazy. Seeing the environment in Phoenix where you've got like a good mix of Suns and Lakers fans in the building. It's rowdy. I love feeling it. And if I'm sitting at home and I can feel that energy, I can only imagine what the players feel like. And that's not the same last year in the bubble when you hear the same soundtrack of defense and it's a fake crowd noise. Like,
but see,
it's awful. It was
guys,
awful.
I get it from an entertainment standpoint, but I think from people who are unless you guys are just like are you the Cash fans or something? You really put yourself in those shoes and understand what these these athletes that playing at this very high level, and on top of that, all these other things factoring in that they had to battle against. I just found it extraordinary in so many ways. And it wasn't so much the play that was happening on the floor. It was more of everything else that went into it.
That's cute. You want to give him a round of applause for that. We've acknowledged it. I'm just saying, I think Kenny's on the same page. This is more entertaining. This is more fun. This is playoff basketball. And last year, although they tried to make it feel that way, it wasn't that.
Okay, no crap.
It's more entertaining. No, I think it's more entertaining. I think it's more intense on the court because of the environment.
Yeah,
I think it's more intense this year on the court.
Yes, it is. Of course it is, and the fans obviously add so much more. And you act like, oh man, it's so much better. Of course, everyone's lives are like going closer and closer back to normal. So it's feeling like something we have felt before, that we have connected with for so long in NBA history, and we're feeling that again. So it's understandable from that entertainment value. But at the same time, I just think the bubble play, there's so much more going on that made it exciting on a different level.
Yet what skews all of this is the fact that the Heat got to the finals. Oh. That skews everything. If it had been the Lakers versus the Bucks, no one would be reciting this tired ass take over and over again. If it had been the Lakers versus the 76ers, I don't think people would be all over this, because it would have been the two teams that were favored, or at least close to it, in the Eastern Conference to get to the NBA championship in the first place. And oh, by the way, who was favored to win the title last year? Right. The team that went on to win the title last year. It gets too minimized, as if like it doesn't count. It's different. You're both right in that sense. It's different, but it's you guys minimize it too much, especially Kenny Caraway.
No. I think we're on the same page. I didn't know this was a conversation. I didn't know Kenny was going with like, hey, that was you can't really count.
Kenny's stopping short of calling it that a trash trophy.
Oh, God. Stop doing this in front of guests. I did not say that. The only thing I said that was about the Dodgers World Series. No. That was the garbage championship. The bubble, there was a championship, but whether you like it or not, the Heat getting to the finals messed everything up.
Okay.
In real life, the Heat ain't getting to the finals.
Okay. I mean, see, and that's the thing. There's like no way to prove it. So, like, what are we supposed to say to that, Kenny? But I mean,
we can see it now. We can see it now. They're going to get swept out of the playoffs. We can see real life now.
It's a different team, though, right? Like, it's just a different. And they're going up against.
Not there.
Are the Bucks the same team? Are the Bucks the same team that Miami played last year? No, the Bucks.
Drew Holiday.
Drew Holiday, PJ Tucker. They've got this chip on their shoulders. They are playing with an edge. They're playing more physical. And Miami's not the same. Tyler Hero, who was this amazing player that people were proclaiming as like one of the next stars in the league last year in the bubble, where's he been at this year? He hasn't been
in real life now. He ain't in the bubble no more. They got people on his head.
Oh my God. Kenny, you're too much.
That's big facts. You're too much. You're listening to D'Lo and KC here with Deuce and Mo on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling. Deuce Mason, Morgan Reagan of the Deuce and Mo podcast with us here. You can watch along with the show on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. Why you mentioned Ja Morant, Morgan? Why are people so eager to pit Ja Morant versus De'Aaron Fox?
Because they have the same style of play, right? And they're both younger players, but you also look at the years in the league difference as well. And I think some people are like, well, look at Ja after year 2 and what he's doing, and De'Aaron, it's taking 5. Oh, okay. That's just, kind of how the NBA works. Guys are going to develop on their own pace, underneath their own franchise, and maybe even how that organization helps develop them is different. But you can tell when Ja came into the league compared to De'Aaron Fox, like he's a step ahead in a lot of ways, but at the same time now you're looking at their games and they're very similar. The only thing that is going to be scary is that Ja Morant's in year 2. So what's the leap he's going to take in year 3 with even being a threat from the outside and getting that shot down? Where De'Aaron, it's taken to year 5. I don't think we need to compare and put one down, though. That's the issue that people have with this whole comparison. It's like, why can't they both just be good and be very similar in their styles of play, right?
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah, I'm with that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's something that I don't understand why we build, like, they're not even in the same draft class. That was like if De'Aaron was taken after Ja or Ja was taken after De'Aaron, like, okay, but somehow these two got like pitted against each other. Like, how'd that happen? Like,
I know.
How did we get here?
It's weird. And then I start going, well, let's go look head to head, guys. If we want to start going there, like De'Aaron's done pretty well against Ja Morant. Like Morant hasn't had great games against Fox. But at the same time, like, no, I need to stop myself from doing that because I do like Ja Morant. I said before the play-in, I'm like, man, I think we're too quick to anoint this guy as like the next star in this league. Like, I don't know if he's totally ready. And then since then, he's been on an absolute tear. He was really impressive last night.
Deuce Mason curse.
Yep.
Yeah, man, I got him going.
A blessing, one or the other.
Oh, like last night, they lose Brooks and Valanciunas with the 3 fouls. He kept him going. And then he took over. It was an impressive performance. And I mean, if you're a Grizzlies fan, you got to be juiced about it. And the reality is, if De'Aaron wants to change that narrative, if he even cares about that narrative, well, you got to get your team to the playoffs.
Yeah.
And so, like, I'm sorry if people want to say Ja Morant is better than Fox right now. I'm not going to argue it because I think they're very similar. But Ja Morant is getting his team to the playoffs. He's winning playoff games, and that stuff matters.
And see, we had a big discussion about it earlier. I'm kind of like you, Deuce. I try to catch myself because I understand if you push back at all, it sounds like you're hating on Ja, and I'm not hating on Ja. I like Ja a lot. I like watching him play. The man can ball. 47 points in a loss or whatever. It's 47 points. That boy, he was cooking last night,
and he got him back in the game too, right?
He's a hell of a ball player. But at the same time, I've always said, Ja Morant, the role, if you watch the games, if you understand the dynamics of the two franchises, his role isn't even the same as De'Aaron Fox. Like, he's a facilitator, he's the point guard with other guys that are carrying the water around him. Now he'll come up with a 47-point game like he did the other day, or 35 against the Warriors, and light them on fire. But if he has 15, it's okay. They can still win because Dylan Brooks might have 25 that night, or when Jaren Jackson was playing, he might be balling, or Valanciunas might have 22 and 23 on the night. Like, his role is to kind of kind of see what's needed that night. If maybe he's needed to score more, then maybe he can step up and try and do that. If somebody else is cooking, he'll facilitate it to them. De'Aaron Fox doesn't really have that luxury. It's 25 plus every night, or else they don't really have a chance of getting things done. So, and then what do we always talk about De'Aaron Fox? We say, he needs to step up on the defensive end. He needs to be a better defender. John Morant doesn't have that responsibility. They hide him in the corner all the time. And that's just his role on that team. That doesn't make him a less valuable or less of a player or anything like that. He's a great player. But when they talk about the comparisons, I don't think they have the same responsibilities to their respective franchises.
Yeah, and you're right about that too. When you think about this Grizzlies team and all these guys surrounding John Morant that put forth this 100% effort, you never have to question their effort on the floor. And so hey, even if they can't do this, and this skill wise, they're at least gonna have that grit and grind kind of going for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and all this shows, Deuce, the importance of the stage. The playoff stage. Obviously, fans are desperate for the Kings to get back to the playoffs. De'Aaron, we talked about, Ja, you brought up Dylan Brooks. We've talked about Luka Doncic, Trae Young. De'Aaron Fox is in that class, but he's out of sight, out of mind.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not going to get referenced nationally in that class until the Kings get into the postseason.
You're right. I mean, look at Devin Booker. I feel like the narrative
example.
Devin Booker has completely shifted since last year in the bubble when they went 8-0. And then, of course, what's happened this year.
Mm-hmm.
People watching the league have known for a long time that Devin Booker is a damn good player, but it is tough sometimes to figure it out. Like, okay, he's putting up these numbers all the time, but he won 20 games, right? Like, how good is he if he can't get a team to this spot? And now he's in a position where, breaking news, he's got more talent around him. You add Chris Paul, things look pretty good, right? Like, he's a stud. He was, even in the last game 2, down the stretch, it didn't look good the last 4 minutes of that game because the Lakers defense clamped down. Without Paul, they weren't functioning properly. But Devin Booker is a baller. Getting to the free throw line, he's 17 of 17 from the free throw line, and he's got all the attention on him. He's a damn good player, but I don't think people were really acknowledging that until this season when it was like, oh, the Suns are legit.
And to your point, Deuce, this is what I talk about all the time with sports, and I'm guilty of it, and I'm cognizant of it. Did Devin Booker really become that much better of a player, or did he get better teammates around him, right? Like, to me, Devin was a baller last year. He was a baller before the bubble. Like, he could go all that time, and he's doing a lot of the same things. He could still go. Yeah. He just got better players around him. So when people say, oh, Fox isn't that dude or whatever, no, Fox is probably that dude. Like, he can go. He just don't have the weapons around him. And that's what you kind of make sure you don't fall into is, oh, he made the leap this year. No, well, the front office made the leap. They got the people around them. So that's kind of what I think about.
Coaching staff made the leap. Sorry. Go ahead, Morgan. I apologize.
You're right. I mean, Monty Williams, dude. I don't love the whole wired up things all the time. I hate the in between quarter
the worst
interviews. I don't know anyone who actually likes it. I don't know why the league does it. It's really cringe. But yeah, the way Monty talks to his guys, how he carries himself, anyone would want to play for that guy.
He cares about each individual player.
Yeah. He was interviewed.
I got a question for you guys.
Oh,
yeah.
Let's go to Fantasy World. Let's go to Fantasyland before you guys get out of here.
Oh, I feel like that's where you live, Kenny. So let's go.
Big facts from Morgan Reagan on a Thursday.
Let's go.
You know what, Morgan? I don't like your glasses. How about this? I don't like your glasses.
Oh, come on.
Let's go to Fantasyland with me. You guys saw the scene outside of the Garden last night with the Knicks fans going crazy and all this other stuff. We were talking about it earlier. I want to know next, and I'm saying it. You say this is Fantasyland, but I'm going to say it. Mid-April, early May next year, Kings clinch the postseason. Where y'all at?
Did y'all, by the way, before you answer that, did you know the playoff drought was over?
I guess it is.
Oh, it is. Mr. Halliburton told us it's.
I can guarantee you that's over.
It's over. That's it. No more playoff drought.
He said it. Next year, we're getting ready for it.
That makes me feel so much more confident than Kenny saying something. It does. But at the same time, Kenny, I love that you're even saying that because Deuce and I were discussing the same thing and seeing Madison Square Garden and almost how it made us angry that we don't get to experience that here when we know when we do, it's going to be that special times 10. You know, you can feel that energy. And so will we see that this next year? We should. We really should. But I can't sit here today with such a small sample size from Monty McNair saying, yep, that's going to be the case. But it should.
In fantasy world, though, where are you going to be?
Yeah, I want to know where y'all be.
That's what you want. That's what
Morgan's even realistic in fantasy world.
Yeah, man, you're gonna just say like it clinched. Oh my God,
I'm gonna say right now, and you know I love it. You know I listen to it. I subscribe to it. I don't want no night pod that night. I need y'all out in the streets with the people. I need y'all out in the streets with the people that night. Come on now.
Well, when the Kings clinch the playoffs next year, Deuce and Mo are going to have different responsibilities by the time that happens. So are y'all good? Are you free for another 15 minutes or so?
Yeah, why not?
All right. Okay. Now get back into fantasy world and tell us where you're going to be when the Kings clinch a playoff spot.
Well, I mean, I always feel like I can't imagine myself having fun at a game. I always imagine myself working. So I hope that it's working, because then that would mean I have a job, and plus celebrating inside the arena, I guess.
I don't know, man. I think it's gonna be kind of emotional, to be honest. I feel like if they get there, I don't know if I don't know if I'll cry, but I'll definitely get to the point like, oh my God, man. But I mean, it's going to be one of those like 50, it's going to be, man, think about this squad in 08-09, how terrible they were, that 17-win squad. You're just reflecting on all the garbage we've seen over the last 15 years. It's going to be like, you made it.
$100 tear comes out of his eye. I'm not kidding.
Who wants in?
Hey, that's fine. I'm not going to deny it. The reality is that's sad that I would potentially tear up for the Kings to just get in the postseason. Get in. We're not even talking about a championship. Just give me. Can we just have a playoff game?
Deuce, would you shed a tear if the Kings got above 500 late in the season?
Oh my God! If they got above 500, that would be amazing. No,
I don't think you would shed a tear.
No, because that couple years ago, even when they were above 500 with Jaeger, I did think they were going to make it that year.
Yeah. Yeah. But you weren't like emotional there, like tear wise, where if they made the postseason, like I would feel like, oh, the curse has been lifted. You know, like it would just, you would feel so unreal.
The curse of what?
There's a curse of bad basketball. You know,
oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying though? Like here you think every year, because it's so bad year after year, you go, is there a curse? Even though I don't believe in curse, is there a jinx? Is there something? There's nothing. But at the same time, you're just gonna feel like, because we're in fantasy world, you're gonna feel like, like we're good.
Curse of Robert Ory.
Yeah.
It will happen. It will happen. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but it will happen.
And what will you be doing?
Like the funny thing about it is people are like, it's never gonna happen. Like, okay, relax. Like, I don't know.
It feels like it's never gonna happen. That's why Deuce is gonna cry when it does.
Yeah.
I mean, the
it'll literally happen. Like they'll get to the playoffs. I think they'll get there next year, but I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna be a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years from now. But it'll happen.
I mean, think about the Warriors. They had a stretch where they missed 17 of 18 years. And you know, I'm sure in the middle of that, they're not going, hey, just cool it. A few years from now, we'll be winning championships left and right. I mean, hell, even when they got Steph, it wasn't like, hey, we got Steph now and we're going to start winning championships. It was like, hey, this guy's
even when they re-signed Steph, they didn't think they were going to win championships.
I think it was a 4-year, $44 million contract. And like, there's people ripping him like, I don't know how you commit money to a guy like this. His ankles aren't going to be good. What's going to happen? Turned out that contract was like the best thing that could happen because it led to so many things. Now, I'm not sitting here saying that the Kings are going to be the next Golden State Warriors, but my whole point is, you're right. It's going to end at some point. We don't know when, but it will end. It has to, I think.
I can guarantee you that's over.
Do you remember the last sports moment that made you cry?
Ooh. I didn't cry when the Niners lost the Super Bowl a couple years ago because I think everyone could speak on this. The expectations of them that season wasn't to make the Super Bowl. So I was, but I remember feeling crushed. But I didn't cry.
I don't know if this counts, but that season where was it? Yeah, 2013. When was it 2013 or 2011? I don't know. Whatever year it was that the Kings could have been moving. There's multiple times, multiple years.
2013.
Was it?
Uh-huh.
I think there was one moment I was like tearing up, not because we didn't know for sure what was going to happen. And it was like that final game, you're looking around going, could this be it? And there were so many of those moments in that couple of years, whether they were potentially moving to Anaheim, where you're just like, man, this is crazy. This is, who knows what's going to happen. So that I remember tearing up at that.
And there's a photo of him all teared up, by the way.
I remember when I was in 1989, when I was 6, Giants got swept by the A's. Oh yeah, I was hot. That was the last time I cried about a sporting event that I didn't play in. When I played and I lost, like, yeah, I was bawling like a little baby. But somebody else's game, I think that was the last time.
What level? Like, why did you cry in your own game? Was it a champion?
Oh man, the season was over, career was over, all that stuff. Every time, maybe not every time the season ended, but final year at McClatchy, we lost, in the playoffs. Cried both years at Cal State East Bay. Never cried at Consumnes, but both years at Cal State East Bay. We lost on a buzzer beater with a chance to go to the national championship. My first year, that hurt. And then obviously the second year, that was my last college game. So
you cried a lot.
So let me ask you this. If Kenny was doing a sports radio show breaking down Kenny's performance in that game, would he be critical? Would he be like, hey, he choked? He was in the moment.
I'll be completely honest with you guys. In my last game, I would have been on my head. I didn't play good at all. And I was passive. I would have been on my head. I think I had like 7 points. I averaged 18 points a game for the season. And it wasn't even like I would have been, if I would have like missed a bunch of shots, if I would have went 3 for 18, I probably would have been on my head. But I think I was probably like 3 for 9. Like I got to shoot way more. So I would have been on my head.
You got scared.
Afraid of them lights.
Yeah.
Now we know where it came from.
Oh no. It was
scared of them lights.
It was a bad job by me. It was a bad job by me.
Hey,
I performed in the lights before though.
Hey, Kenny's gonna start crying right now if we keep this up.
That's the one that I still go out and I'm shooting shots about. No, it'll never leave you.
He built a basketball court in his backyard because of these memories right here.
You know what it is though, and Morgan will know this one. You always remember the failures. Oh. I've had plenty of game winners, 30, 40-point games, all this other stuff. The one that sticks with me is I missed the game winner against Dominican. And that's the one that I remember more than the game winners.
Kenny, I know we say that we remember the failures, but I sure as hell remember my, what would I be calling that? My
triumphs.
Yeah, exactly. Like the time when I had the game winning shots. Like I always talk about this shot I had over this 6'9" chick that came out and it was the game winning 3. And I'm always like, oh, her fingertips were right here and the ball was right here. And like, and I had 102 fever. Like it was no joke, one of those games. But
does it get more dramatic like the more years go by and you tell it?
Came out that same game too. My shoulder came out, went back in. I had a fever, so I had to go to 3 periods of school that day because you have to do that to compete in your sport. Yeah. So like I'm just all sick in class, no mask on or anything, just getting a whole bunch of other kids sick, and then pop my shoulder out in this game, and then final shot of the game over 6'9" girl, boom. So I really remember the good times over the bad times, which I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
No,
the Morgan Reagan flu game.
That's the best. Look, here she is, the flu game right here. That's the Morgan Reagan.
Against Rockland.
But yeah, I remember the buzzer beater. I remember the buzzer beater against Delta, against Holy Names, against Kennedy. I remember all that. But the one that I agonize over is the miss over Dominican University, because that was a shot that the crowd was packed. I shot it. I was like, oh, this is money. I felt so good about it. Ball's in the air. And I'm backpedaling. I was like, man, how do I want to celebrate? Do I want to stand here and pose? Do I want to go to the crowd? Do I want to go to my teammates? I'm like, the ball's in the air, and I'm thinking that. And all of a sudden, it hits the front rim, and I just said, what just happened?
It went short, and you were about to celebrate?
Yeah, it was short. It was on. It was on, and I left it front rim because I was backpedaling. I should have stood there, not moved.
Speaking of buzzer beaters, I know the Ori anniversary was yesterday. I'm hitting that shot in Game 4.
Yeah.
Kings.
We may or may not have tried to get Robert Ory on the show yesterday. Can't confirm or deny, but
So I could not believe it. You got to give Rudy Tomjanovich love. He got in the Hall of Fame. Great coach. Well, for him to campaign about Robert Ory going to the Hall of Fame, I'm like, stop it. Are we really doing this? Like, we can have like a wing if we want to acknowledge some of his big shots, but no, Robert Ory is not a Hall of Famer. Let's stop that.
Absolutely not. I don't know what these people are talking about.
Yeah, there's some guys in this league that hit a big shot that don't belong in the Hall of Fame, and Robert Ory is one of them. And my God, I kind of wish you got him on your show yesterday, but at the same time, I don't even know if I could have listened. Every time this year when that comes up, it feels like that comes up once a month. Like it's like, oh, the anniversary. It's like, yeah, makes sense.
Robert, it's 20 years next year. We've already worked on booking it next year, and I don't think we'll even promote it. There won't be like a Twitter graphic or an Insta. It's just gonna, hey, Robert Ory's on the phone. Because one thing that people don't know, I think Kenny and I talked about this. Robert Ory is a delightful human being.
Is he?
He really is.
I honestly, I don't even. I just no. His cockiness about him. He got, as Vlade said at the time, he got lucky. Shot came right to him. Got lucky.
Yeah, I passed the ball directly to him, and it landed in his hands, and he shot it. He got lucky.
I know.
We were watching just because we wanted to stick needles in our eyes. Right before the show, we were watching the Dan Patrick Sports Center package. Man, we forget a lot of crazy stuff that happened before that shot. The Kobe Bryant shot in the key is freaking insane. And a former general manager missed the front end of 2 free throws on the other end, which set up that.
Damian, the more I think about this, the more you're blaming Vlade for that loss. That's what it sounds like.
I mean, God.
I need someone to prove to me that Vlade isn't responsible for every bad thing that's happened to Sacramento.
Damn.
The Kings.
That was a joke. I don't believe that entirely.
The Kings were killing them in that game too. Like you win that game, you have 3-1, headed back home. Damn.
Why do Kings fans talk about that time? Well, it's the only time to talk about, and it's the only time like our emotions actually like stick. Even with that game, those aren't good emotions we have. But look how when we talk about how emotional we do get, how we feel upset or angry, and you guys all of a sudden want to be best friends with Robert Ory, which I think is awful.
Okay,
well, look, we actually asked a question, and maybe you guys can help us out with it. Is there a shot or a play, and you can go all through sports that how do we say it? It symbolizes a city more than that's almost the reputation of the Sacramento Kings, the Ory shot. You know what I mean? And we kind of went through the line, and what happens is championships kind of erase them. So Jordan on Elo, maybe that would have been the Cavs that got erased because they won a championship game. The only two that we kind of came up with was Ory and the Kings with that shot, the Jazz and Jordan with the last shot.
Mm-hmm.
And then in football, this kind of goes against what we talked about, but the Seahawks at the goal line almost erases them winning the previous year. Like everybody what do you remember about that game against the Broncos? Nothing. But you always remember Seattle, at the goal line.
Yeah.
Like their tattoo.
The Kings won. You're right. It's up there because it's a championship that would heal those wounds. Like it's crazy that it's been so long, and just hearing that name, Robert Ory, it bugs me so much. And it's weird because I don't totally feel that way about Shaq and Kobe anymore. Like, but Ory, there's just something, probably because he wasn't that good to me. I was just like, oh God, it had to be you. You had to do this. Like the Kings were better than them. I'll maintain that till the day I die. They're better than them. They should have won that series. We know it. They should have won the next year. It sucks. It hurts. Now I'll never forget Game 5. The next game, Bibby hits the game winner. I was like 13 years old. I had "Go Kings" shaved in the back of my head, and this is what's so stupid about me. I didn't go get it done by someone good. I had my grandma take me to Supercut. This poor person cutting my hair, she like put white out to trace "Go Kings" on the back of my hair, then shaved it. It was the worst "Go Kings" job on the back.
Man.
Oh.
So
Yeah, you got to go to a culture spot for that, man. You don't go to Supercuts.
What's the Supercut?
And big old Karen's back there trying to do her thing. And I'm like, come on. Oh, Morgan, don't give me that look.
Just wait till next year when Danny in San Francisco calls you two and says, "Hey, I got Robert Ory for your show on May 26th. You go ahead and let him know that." Oh. Yeah, sure, we're gonna do that.
I'll be like, "Who's filling in for us?"
I talk to him, but I would be straight up with him. Tell him I don't like him.
Kyle and Whitey will be filling in for you. I'm curious. Like, I don't know that he's ever. I've heard him talk about it before. I don't know if he's ever talked about it here in Sacramento. Real quick, Night Chat is moving to when? Starting next week.
Well, Night Chat's still going to be around. We're going to be on actually tonight. We're doing a watch party for Suns Lakers on YouTube and Twitch. Twitch.tv/Deuce and Mo. YouTube.com/Deuce Mo podcast. But then we're going to shift our podcast. Summertime hours. We're feeling it. We're going to be Monday through Thursday. 10 a.m. 10 a.m. It's like, why not do a perfect lead up right in to Damian?
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Deuce
like
and Mo at 10 a.m.
Yeah, 10 a.m. We'll be live. It kind of just goes right into your show. It'd be perfect. I mean, it sounds like a great idea. And so we're like, yeah, let's do that. We're starting that next week on Tuesday. Let's go.
We're also giddy and like smiling. So fun.
Deuce and Mo, 10 a.m. right into D-Lo and KC. Man.
Yes.
Sounds like something. Check them out with the watch party tonight, guys. We thank you so much for hanging out with us. We'll be back. Remember, Bobby Jackson's going to join us at 3:20. We'll be back with more D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, that was fun, man. Thanks for
I meant to bring this up on the show, but Deuce.
Yeah.
On the Weather Channel today. Weird Earth, Deadline to Disaster, Deep Water Salvage, World's Deadliest Weather. What that programming, bro?
When was the last time you sat down and watched a program?
Actually, the Queen Bee will watch some of that stuff.
Aww.
That's how I get on it. I don't, I'm watching the Weather Channel. Nah, sometimes, I've been watching sports for 7 hours. Here, watch what you want to watch. And just something like that on.
Just to be clear, so Monday, Memorial Day, scheduled to be 106 degrees in Sacramento. You look at that and go, yeah, let's go. Summertime.
Hell yeah. I mean, I'm not going to be walking around at 1 or 2 in the afternoon, but in the evening time, I need that evening weather to be about 85.
Oh, I just think about that AC bill and that going up.
Yeah.
Like, come on. It just means more money.
They didn't worry about that, the Kenny Caraway compound.
They're like,
they're not a concern there.
No, they've got that set to about 64, and they're still.
Look here, oddly enough, we got it out over here. We got it out. That air ain't been on in a minute. We got it out.
You can't.
I do not. I refuse to gut out heat.
No, you don't gut out heat. If I'm sweating inside, there's a problem. You can't
at night for sure. During the day, we'll turn it on. But at night, we don't need that heat on.
Absolutely, that is insane.
We got fans everywhere. What you talking about?
This podcast studio has gotten hot during a show, and like I have felt so uncomfortable where I feel angry. And then I just take it out on Deuce, and then I'm like sweating angry, and it's like, why? Oh, because I'm hot as hell. No.
Yep.
Stop it.
Yep. Yep. That's it. That's it.
You guys are funny. Funny. Help us over here.
Gotta gut it out. He's gotta gut it out.
Oh, you guys are funny. Well, thank you so much for having us.
No, thank you.
Enjoy your day off.
Yeah. Whitey and Kyle tomorrow. So
Eddie Gleason, love that man.
Yeah.
Good dude, man. So
Kyle's
we'll definitely enjoy it.
I love Kyle too, just to be clear. I was Kyle. I just known Whitey since I was like 18 years old. So
that's awesome.
Here you go, guys. If you need anybody, and you get them on. You can get them on if you need to.
I mean,
there.
Oh man.
You too many funny people. All right, you guys. All
right, we love y'all. Have a great weekend.
You too.
See you.
All right, see you guys. Oh man, that was good stuff. That was good stuff. 209. That's what's up. Stockton. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, Alan's our guy. I'm not sure what's going on in here, but y'all need to chill. Like Alan is our dude. Like Alan is a day one dude, man. So let's
absolutely.
Yeah, just maybe he hasn't been in the chat a ton, but dude, Alan is as real as it gets. And Alan also it has a very sarcastic sense of humor. Trust me, he's having fun. Love you, Alan. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you. Appreciate all of you, even some of you delinquents in here.
I got Jason Jones mad at me now because I said Kobe was faking the bad burger game.
That's out of pocket. What are you talking about?
Trying to create a Jordan game. R.I.P. to Bean. That's my guy.
That's out of pocket. Yeah,
he was trying to create a Jordan game.
Whose man is this?
We all know what that is.
He doesn't either, Co. He doesn't either. I really didn't want Deuce Mo to even leave after that. After 45 minutes, it was like, guys, why don't you just hang out the rest of the show?
Yeah, that was some good stuff.
Let's just kick it, man. I'm sure they'd love to talk to Bobby Jackson. I'll be able to spit that name out. Really difficult name, Bobby Jackson. Hard to say. I'll get better at this. Bobby's going to join us coming up at 3:20. Named the Stockton Kings head coach today, so we'll talk to him about that. We'll talk to him about a lot of different things. Anxious to hear from Bobby Jackson for the first time here on Dealing with KC. You want to be a part of the show? 916-349-1320. You can get at us, or you can watch along at twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. I love that Deuce Mo are moving the daily podcast there to 10 a.m. I love that they're doing a watch party tonight as well for the Lakers and the Suns. We started to kind of dive into this game a little earlier. We got sidetracked with some other things, having fun about what we would do if this happened, what we would do if that happened. But Chris Paul's a go tonight.
Yeah.
Devin Booker, DeAndre Ayton playing otherworldly. Things are shifting back to Los Angeles. Like I don't know what the setup is at the Staples Center, but it appears California is different than every other state of teams in the playoffs so far.
Ain't the Garden.
It ain't the Garden. Hell, it ain't even Phoenix. I don't know. I don't even know that home court advantage it means a lot. Like we've seen different, like really different game ones and really different game twos and all of that stuff in a couple of different series, but not this Suns Lakers series. It was a pretty tight game one. It was a pretty tight game two. Game one went the Suns' way. Game two went the Lakers' way. Knowing what we know about Chris Paul now, knowing that he played 23 minutes in the last game, knowing that he was limited in shooting, he was limited in his playmaking, he was just a limited basketball player because of the shoulder injury.
Yeah.
Are we going to be wrapping this thing up in a few days, or is Chris Paul's presence enough to help kind of keep things moving swiftly with Devin Booker and DeAndre Ayton?
It might be. I still believe that Chris Paul, if he's going to be out there, he's got to be able to produce something. You know what I mean? I know he's not going to be 100%. He's going to have to gut through some things, but him just being there, I don't think that would be enough. I don't. I think he's going to have to be more than a decoy. I think he's going to need to be producing a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I don't. I'm trying to say, hey, maybe Willis Reed it, but I think they need more. They need production.
But I think they can get production though. I think that, and I think this is where.
That's what I'm talking about. They need.
Oh,
production.
I'm sorry. Okay, I thought you meant from the guys around, Chris. My apologies. Yeah. Okay. How much? You know what I mean? Like on a normal night, like what percentage of Chris Paul's production would you need? Because for me, we look at next steps, we look at young guys ascending. Well, man, I think Devin Booker, probably what's buried how great DeAndre Ayton has played is Devin Booker. But DeAndre Ayton has been absolutely phenomenal in these 2 games of this series. Ramp up a little bit from DeAndre, figure out a way to get, and I know this is fantasy land, as Morgan would say.
Oh, don't go there. Shy the man. He don't like fantasy land.
Well, but this is fantasy land to go like, hey, find a way to shut down Anthony Davis. It's easy to say that, but you did it once. Like, you frustrated Anthony Davis enough one time. If you could get, a big time performance from your bigs, if Monty Williams can make a couple of adjustments in his game plan against Anthony Davis, against the Lakers as a whole, I think they have a chance tonight. My concern is, like, through the series, I don't know how much Phoenix has a shot in the series with a limited Chris Paul. But tonight, and I very much like, I'm using this term purposely because I think that I think they could steal one tonight.
They could, and like I said, with the Lakers, you never know what you're getting with those others. Even if Anthony Davis is, playing well, you don't know if you're getting 24 again from shooter. You know what I mean? Caldwell Pope, they were able to get past it, but he went scoreless in game 2. You know what I mean? It was really Anthony Davis's big game, along with LeBron James and Schroeder. So it's there. I think another thing that will have to change for the Suns is they've got to shoot better from beyond the arc if they're going to pull off an upset like that. I think they only made 8 3-pointers in that game 2. That's got to be, they're going to pull off a game like you're thinking they possibly could do. That number's got to be at around probably 13 or so.
One thing that gives me pause there in my dramatic take is I felt like LeBron really laid back in game 2 until the end.
I don't think he's healthy yet either, though.
You don't think so? Okay.
I think he's
never going to be healthy again, if you recall. Or he's never going to be 100% again. Excuse me. That was the line. He's never going to be 100%. And he's playing with one arm and one eye. Like, come on, Kenny. What do you want from him? You got the finger poke of doom from Draymond Green. He had his shoulder ripped out by Chris Paul.
His shoulder was just hanging there.
He's a hero. Like, he got his shoulder worked on more than Chris Paul did. He's a hero for being out there on the court, for goodness sakes.
So I do think the ankle is all jokes aside, it's not 100%. So
sure, of course,
that's always going to be a factor. So I think that has a lot to do with him kind of laying in the weeds a little bit.
Doesn't that tell us a story though? Like and I don't think there's any if about it. It's a great point that you bring up that we don't focus enough on is LeBron's probably not, his ankle probably isn't healthy. Now, to what degree? I don't know. If he loses a series, he'll probably tell us, and that's not shade. We know that he will.
Yeah,
we know that he will. I was getting treatment for 4 hours before every game. Like, the story will just get told, and he'll probably start limping before the elimination game. And like, that's just, I love LeBron James, but LeBron is pretty dramatic.
Well, here, I have it right here.
Okay.
Well, my ankle. Doctors said I probably shouldn't play. Like, it's probably gonna require surgery. But what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I'm gonna play. But I'm probably gonna have to be in a walking boot for 4 weeks. But what?
As page 1 of the Godfather book sits open on the podium, the narrator chimes in. LeBron James did not get surgery.
LeBron came out there. The cast on his hand. Yeah, broken thumb. Actually, he didn't even say anything. He just came out all of a sudden. Hand.
You know what a cast on?
Yeah, hand up. Yeah, and he kept using the hand. Yeah, I don't know. It's just it's a tough team. You know what I'm saying?
He was with that cat. Remember when what was my man's name? Charlie Weiss. Wasn't he the Notre Dame coach?
Yeah.
Remember when he was struggling? And so he showed up to his press conference with his Patriots rings on, and he did the whole press conference. I know that the radio can't see this, but he did the whole press conference with his hands by his face so everyone could see his rings. And he just he brought attention, to his hands and his rings. Like that was LeBron with that cast. Was that a Warrior series? Oh, that was J.R. Smith.
Yeah.
Didn't he punch because he punched something?
Yeah, he punched something and then played 3 more games with a broken hand.
He's a hero. And then immediately after the game, before anything else, he got like some sort of cast or wrap put on it. He's a hero.
I mean, he's a hero. I was just, to be honest with you, Rachel, I was just seeing 3 rims and shot through the one in the middle.
Oh man, Cap, we're gonna miss him when he's gone.
Love LeBron.
I
know it don't sound like
we're gonna miss him when he's gone.
I absolutely love LeBron.
But you can love LeBron and still acknowledge, yeah, he's a little bit dramatic. Love him.
Rolling around in the key.
Oh my gosh.
On game 1.
Nothing, dude. Tell me it didn't feel like an eternity that LeBron was on the ground when Draymond Green hit him in the face. Dude, I felt like he was on the ground for 20 minutes. I thought we were waiting for the stretcher to come out. Like what is happening? Is this a football game? Are they bringing the card out? Like, what is going on right now?
And then that look that became a meme from over top. Oh, man. That dude, boy.
I'm just trying to picture, was the trainer saying, look at me in the most bewildered way imaginable so I could check your eye? Just look at me. Don't blink and try to look confused. The camera is on you, LeBron. Action. Bobby Jackson joins us in 40 minutes. Here's D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Love you, Bron.
Hand on the hip and everything.
Oh man, let me use map real quick.
Yeah. Oh, John in here working. Okay, John. Okay. Let's go. Did you look up recipe? John, are you in here? I don't know if John's still in here. Look up the recipe before you make the drink. I'm gonna text you. John's making that. Okay, yeah. John's making that French 75. There's a couple of good. Okay, all right. I got you. He's making that French 75 with McQueen and the Violet Fog and the champagne. You using the Lux? You using the white bottle? I think I made mine with the gold bottle. And I think I did a little, I can't remember if I did lemon or lime or shot of gin. Here's a French 75 recipe. Shot of gin, half, I'm assuming. Oh, simple syrup. Okay. I made enough to drink the bottle of champagne. Like, isn't it kind of, oh, okay, there you go, John. Yeah, dude, that Doug, for real. That's real talk, Doug. What was I going to say? I don't remember. Oh, when you open a bottle of champagne, like, you have to finish it, right? Like, ain't nothing to be ashamed about. Like, you got to feel like, what are you going to do? Put the cork in it and put it back? Like, no, you finish it. It's like a beer. Nobody opens a can of beer and like, I'll finish this later. How you going to put the champagne back? They got a special champagne saver. I know they got corks. I know they got those things, but you can't do that with champagne. Like, come on. And plus, who drinks champagne 2 days in a row? Dude, there it is. That's legit. Doug says be careful with that. And John Bull confirms 1 bottle of champagne, that's a serving size. That's a serving size. I love that. We talking about the blues. We talking about French 75, the golds. Meanwhile, the nickname is the Black Bottle Boys. We got them black bottles in here. Let's go. This rosé is good. I don't give this enough. I don't give this enough love because the last one I drank was the pink Lux behind me. but this rosé is solid. It's super solid. And I love this bottle, man. God, their presentations are so beautiful. I don't know what I'm doing tonight. I know I'm doing something. I don't know what it is. I think it's a McQueen night. I think that's what I want to do tonight. I think I want to do McQueen. Which one is it? Yeah. Dark Side of the Rings tonight, Jesse was reminding us. That's what you don't drink alone. Oh, are you trying to say that's why you don't drink alone? Why don't you... Dude, Bryce, what are you doing, man? It's becoming the McQueen night right after these. Okay, there you go. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm doing McQueen tonight. I got a little citrus thing for my I got like a little Sprite type deal for my Soda Stream. I think I want to do that one tonight.
I was heavy on McQueen last weekend.
So the thing is
this weekend, but I think I still haven't had the Vallon.
Oh.
So I might
see. That's the thing, though, because I know. I have some work from. I probably got a couple hours of work after the show ends, but I'm chilling. Like I know it's gonna be hot tomorrow. Like I want to drink rum when it's hot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I don't want to drink the Vallon when it's hot. Like I'm afraid. I'm afraid I might drink a bottle of McQueen by the time Monday gets here. Making our cocktail plans for the weekend. As Memorial Day is here. Call Bev Mo, call Total Wine. See if they got that new Luke Belaire Blue Enter mixed up with McQueen and the Violet Fog here this weekend as we're starting a long 4-day weekend beginning tomorrow. But don't worry, no national programming here on ESPN 1320. D'Lo and Casey will be here, which is going to look a little bit different. Kyle Matson and Whitey Gleason, who makes his return to ESPN 1320, are going to be on the show tomorrow, and they're going to do a tremendous job. Obviously, they'll be on Twitch and YouTube as well. So, Chat House, please behave yourself, but have some fun with those guys. Please don't break any news. Please don't post anything that would throw them off. Please just act like you got some sense.
Please.
When Kyle and Whitey take over the show tomorrow on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and here on ESPN 1320. And make sure you head over to the Cal Hope Concerts for Hope to shine light during Mental Health Awareness Month and to let Californians know about the free mental and emotional resources provided by Cal Hope. Check it out tonight at 7 p.m. This concert actually streams all the way until Saturday. So for some reason you miss it tonight or you miss part of it tonight, you can check it out all the way up until Saturday. Go to calhopeconcerts.com. Again, that's calhopeconcerts.com. A tremendous organization doing tremendous things. David jumps in here on the YouTube chat and says, you can trust us.
Can we?
No, we can't. No, we can't. Yeah. Yes, Chiron. No culture references tomorrow with Whitey and Kyle, please. None of that. You want to take part in the show, twitch.tv/ESPN1320 is a great way to do it. YouTube.com/ESPN1320 is a great way to do it. Though I think Whitey would have some fun with the culture references, and I'm positive Kyle would understand them all.
Yeah. Kyle would get it.
Kyle is as for the culture as you can get.
Yeah.
But that's going to be a fun show, and I'm happy that Whitey is back here on ESPN 1320. I'm happy that Kyle is here on ESPN 1320 as well. And yes, those two people who just wrapped up with us, they're a part of the ESPN 1320 family here, and we're working on making them an official part of the ESPN 1320 fam as we roll along here into the summer of 2020. I mentioned there were 3 games tonight. We just spent some time. Oh, by the way, Bobby Jackson's going to join us at 3:20. New head coach.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. New head coach for the Stockton Kings. And it's got to be difficult coaching a G League team. Like, because you're probably serving a bunch of different masters. You want to go out there, you want to win games, you want to establish your coaching style, but you also have to, the way it's structured right now, and I know James Ham kind of pointed out the flaws yesterday, but the way two-way contracts work, you want a guy ready to get back on the floor for the NBA team.
Yeah.
So you mentioned how Jemias Ramsey would have been a great guy. He would have really benefited from the G League being in place the way that it was. The way that we know it, pre-pandemic times.
Yep.
And we're getting closer and closer to pre-pandemic times. So I think we'll see the return of the two-way. We'll see the return of, just using him as an example, Jemias Ramsey playing a game at the Golden One Center and then heading back down to Stockton for a week or 2 weeks or whatever it may be, and then coming back because there was an injury or an illness or an absence of some sort or whatever, or they just wanted to get him, some reps in practice with the Kings. And I'm sure the limit of days will go back in place as well. There had always been a limit of games and days that you could be with the team. I'm sure that will probably go back into place in some way, shape, or form. But that's a difficult task ahead for Bobby.
Yeah.
Because Bobby's trying to establish himself as a head coach, but he's still also got to, and we'll talk to him about that. He's still got to keep in mind what Luke Walton and the Kings are doing up here.
All right. And if he's trying to establish himself as a head coach, I would think that the Kings organizations and organizations around the NBA would understand what that scenario is. You know what I mean? You want to win basketball games. You want to show that you can lead a team and lead a group of men to winning basketball. But I would think everybody else around the league would understand, hey, that's not necessarily what the G League is. That's not necessarily what the goal of what each organization in with their G League affiliate is trying to do. They're trying to improve these players, work on some of the things they need to work on, get them acclimated to their style of play, and get that right before the W comes. I mean, they could lose a bunch of games, and the organization be happy that those guys are developing and working on the things that they want them to individually.
Yeah. Let's get our man Disco Tim in here with the power of positivity. 916-349-1320. Disco Tim, talk to me, baby. What's good?
Fellas, welcome to the day before the big weekend, the official opening of the summer. Couldn't be any happier, except for when the Kings get themselves into the postseason. Yeah, it's nice, but I'm going to be down at the river, baby. I'm going to be down at the river flashing my banner off the back of my boat all summer long. And when I do that, I'll go down to the confluence of the American River, and I will build a sand castle where I will put my 2002 bobblehead collection that has never seen the light of day in each one of their little archways, where I will protect and care for them for the rest of the day. I just thought that was what I would do. I thank you guys, and happy Memorial Day weekend.
I like it.
Man, Disco Tim. I love when Disco Tim calls, man.
I just we got to. Don't you dare be sour. He reeks of positivity. I love Disco Tim. I got to admit, though, I thought the 2002 bobblehead story was going to take a different turn. I thought he was going to bury them.
Oh my!
No. Wait a minute. Like we finally were out of it. I don't know what banner he's talking about either. I don't know if it was like we made the playoffs banner.
I don't either.
It's okay. Sure. If you want to, we made the playoffs banner. If you want to, we made the play-in banner or postseason. I'm up. Hey, get it made. Mm-hmm. But I thought what he was going to say was he was taking the 2002 and he was just burying them and putting those memories behind him. And he was going to live with the new memories of De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton and mystery player A and Luke Walton and Monty McNair. That's where I thought that story was going to go. I didn't realize he was just going to sit under the archway and care for them.
Well, and the other thing about that is, Disco Tim, look, you celebrate how you see fit. Mm-hmm. I don't think too many people are going to be down at Sandy Cove. You know what I'm saying? I want you with us. You know what I'm saying? Come, so go to Sandy Cove first. Do what you got to do. Make your sand castle and put them up there, and then come forward us downtown. You know what I mean? Because that's where we're gonna be. So maybe
his plan is the morning after, because Sandy Cove, that feels like a day activity. I don't know that I don't want to be in the Sandy Cove at night, especially after it's a hard pass for me. Yeah, no.
I have no interest.
Not even in a group.
No,
I don't want to be down there.
No bonfire for me. Nothing.
No, bonfire's that's a pop culture thing. Feel me?
I've never been to a bonfire.
That's a pop culture thing.
At
El Camino High School had bonfires. Like, no, I'm not going to be there.
Beach, down in LA, some of the people of the culture dip into a little bonfire action.
I've never understood, like, why are we doing this?
Don't know.
Oh,
that's why I've never been there. Never been to one.
Can someone just shoot us a quick message about why we like the purpose of bonfires?
Yeah,
Chiron's asking, so can we talk bonfires tomorrow? Yes, as a matter of fact, you can. It is a great time to talk bonfires tomorrow. That is fantastic.
All your questions will be answered tomorrow.
I would bet money Kyle Matson's been to a bonfire or two.
What was the other? Oh, that's what I was going to. I've been meaning to ask you this for like a week.
Damn. Okay.
I just always forget. And walking around the house, eating dinner, and I meant to ask you.
You're painting the picture again. Good.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm always thinking about the show. All right, always thinking about the show.
My man.
Do you think that they should stick with this schedule for the NBA? I know people are like, "Oh, have the finals end in August." I'm not saying going that far, but first round of the playoffs, Memorial Day weekend. Around this is the second weekend. This is going to be the second weekend of the playoffs. Memorial Day weekend, finals in mid-July. Do you think they can and will stick with this format?
No. Okay. I think you asked me, should they, and then can they? I don't think they should, and no, I don't think they can.
Why don't you think they should?
Well, are we starting the season in December? So are we shortening the season?
Well,
because remember how condensed this year was. Like, we have a normal a pretty normal playoff setting here, but remember how crammed together these games were.
Right.
Really since December.
Not saying they should cram them together, but if you start at the normal time and space it out, give more days off, things of that nature, in this season,
man.
So right now they end typically mid-April. We're talking about another 4 weeks onto the season.
So you're talking about the regular season ending in mid-April,
right?
So that would stretch the finals to, what are the finals ending in the mid-ish July?
Yeah. Last game 7 is supposed to be July.
So you said 4 weeks. So it's like a month later. So that gives you an off season of August, September, part of October.
Yeah.
That's tough, man.
You start in mid-November.
That's tough, man. Doesn't the season normally start in October?
Yeah, I think it might even. Did it go earlier? Because I remember I feel like they around Halloween.
Yeah, I feel like they went mid-October after one of the Warriors championships to try to extend. And it has nothing to do with the Warriors championship, but I'm talking about they tried to extend the season and more rest days, less 5 and 7s or 7 and 9s or whatever the game schedule it was. I don't think so. You remember you used to bring this up a lot before the season started, is that the guys, and this was a talking point for a while, because we thought they might move the whole NBA calendar, still do 72, 82 games or whatever they're going to decide to do with these play-ins and mid-season tournaments and all that stuff, but just move the whole schedule. And I think that resoundingly was like, no, that's not happening. And part of it was the guys wanted their normalcy. They wanted the summer. They wanted, even if you win a title, you're off in June, July, August. You start thinking about basketball in the early part of September, or you know what I mean by that. And then you're back in training camp by the middle of September.
Yeah.
I think it's tough. You take that away.
Yeah, you're probably right. They won't actually do it. I just like the idea of, first round basketball Memorial Day weekend. Like, I think this weekend is going to be a lot of fun, for they got it to themselves. And then the other thing you got to think about is, are they going to adjust to football going a little later?
Is football going later?
Oh, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. They got it.
First week. What do you mean? It's September. Oh! I'm sorry. You meant finishing later.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, I got you.
Normally,
I got you.
Within first week, of February. They're probably going to start going into the second or third week now, maybe even fourth week of February in some cases.
Yeah, I gotcha. Well, you're listening
18 games because we know that's coming.
That's absolutely happening. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. Bobby Jackson, new head coach for the Stockton Kings, going to join us coming up here in 20 minutes. 18 games I still think is a little bit a ways away, but the league is actually going to push that through. You mentioned Memorial Day. You mentioned, the first round of the playoffs happening and all that. I don't know that that's necessarily a great thing, because think about it. Like, which favorite? Remember, we're going to be outside, especially this Memorial Day. I caught, like, I saw the teaser for the opening show buffer for the Today Show. And it's the first normal holiday in a year and a half, or it's the closest to a normal holiday in a year and a half. And it's like, yeah, people really going to be out there this weekend. I don't think they're going to be in front of their TVs. I think having games through a holiday is a bit of a problem. Now, obviously, there's already playoffs on Memorial Day isn't new, but they're going to have Memorial Day. How is that going to affect television ratings? They're going to have the 4th of July this time around too. How is that going to affect television ratings? Maybe it's going to be gold for them, but it might be a disaster because Memorial Day and 4th of July both are like outdoor holidays. They're like, yo, let's take a trip. We're not, you and I, we ain't going nowhere, but we were smart enough to know, man, there's a lot of people going to be cutting out tomorrow. Maybe if we could ever steal an extra day off, maybe Friday would be the day to do it. The Friday before Memorial Day, we'll come back full force on Tuesday. I think a lot of people are going to stretch this holiday out a little bit, especially because it feels like there's some normalcy to it. I don't think the fact that they've got these marquee games going on this weekend is necessarily a good thing. Could absolutely be proven wrong when these overnights come out, but I don't think it's a good thing. I think people are going to be away from their TVs. I think they're going to be watching on, a term we use in the business, I believe it's called time-shifted viewing. DVRs and different things like that. They'll watch it later, or they'll watch it on, an app or something on demand. So I don't know.
And I think that's going to be the determining factor.
And then the NBA inviting that again in July. Remember,
these ratings are going to be a big factor. Now, this isn't Memorial Day weekend, but I actually saved this from a couple of days ago. Forgot to mention this, and I'll bring it up again. Turner Sports PR had tweeted out, I don't know if you saw it, said TNT's NBA playoff coverage. This was like 2 days ago that they put this out. Okay. NBA's playoff coverage garnered its most viewed day one since 2018. Sunday's 3 telecasts averaged 2.6 million viewers, plus 25% versus last year's similar coverage. This could be a big reason why as well here. Hawks and Knicks averaged 3 million viewers to rank as the night's top program on cable, most viewed Knicks game on TNT since 2013. So if that's a precursor to what's going to happen this whole playoff season.
Well, and that's on the heels of what ESPN had with the Lakers and the Warriors.
Yeah. And if because I see your point. I get it. I completely understand why you wouldn't do it. But it just seems like it's an opportunity to kind of put your product on true center stage.
I feel like it's still on center stage. Like, when is it not? Like, there's no point from now until the finals that it's not on center stage. They're not sharing, because with all due respect,
they share with the draft.
The NFL draft?
Yeah, they share a playoff weekend with the draft. They didn't this year because of everything that went on. But they absolutely share their first round.
But you're really, that's a Thursday, right? Was that a Thursday?
Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, I don't think Friday, Saturday is as big of a deal. I think they get outranked or out rated on Friday. Well, on Thursday for sure.
Friday for sure. I think the round one playoff games, unless it's like the.
But this isn't going to change that. But shifting
the draft no more.
How so?
because typically the draft and the playoffs,
you're talking about the playoffs.
Yeah,
you're talking about the playoffs wouldn't be going against it. Okay,
right.
I got it.
And that's why I was saying having it all.
I don't know that I don't the playoffs. Like you're talking about, you're going to shift everything because of one day in the playoffs versus like with the NBA playoffs. This can be it could be a great thing. It can be a maddening thing. You got like 2 more months.
You got a lot of time.
It's like, okay, we're going to move everything. We're going to move everything to avoid the NFL draft. Meanwhile, we've got 2 more months of playoffs.
Damien,
I don't know about that.
Can I please get a Memorial Day weekend brunch with NBA playoff basketball?
Yeah, this I agree. It's kind of weak that they're not running Memorial Day games, or they're not running games on Memorial Day all week. I agree. They start at like 4.
That Sunday gonna be lit though. You wouldn't get that in a normal Memorial Day. You get one game that came on at 6:00.
Well, I don't know. I guess we follow the numbers, right? Follow the numbers, follow the money.
I want a champagne campaign.
Well, you still can.
Well, with basketball on.
Oh. Well, if you champagne and campaign enough, you don't realize what's on TV. You just got to. You got to get to that sweet spot. That's when you realize you've made a couple of French 75s and the McQueen is about half full and the Luke Belaire is empty. Like we were having a conversation during the commercial break about a champagne bottle. When I pull this Luke Belaire Rosé, the black bottle boys right here. This is a serving size. Right? Because how do you put the champagne back?
Can't do it. Won't do it.
Yeah, you once you pop it, it's like, hey, it's about to go down.
Mm-hmm.
I will drink this until it's gone. That's not being a glutton. That's not being an alcoholic. It's just like, if you don't, you're wasteful.
Right.
Like you gotta finish it. So you could you just take your time. Put it back in the refrigerator, keep it chill, do that whole deal, and watch your series of basketball games. I know you want a champagne and campaign. You just got to get to that sweet spot where you're not worried about what's on the television anymore. Maybe pay attention to Reese or Jazz. Maybe turn the air conditioner on in your house and stop worrying about what's on the television.
It might come on it comes on during the day.
If y'all missed that, it's going to be 105 this weekend, and Kenny refused to turn on his air conditioner. The big Caraway compound
at night,
all 100,000 square feet. That's crazy. How do you even sleep, dude? It's 100 degrees this weekend. How do you sleep?
Like a baby. We got fans in every room in this house.
Dude, I'd divorce you, man. I swear. I can't. That is non-negotiable.
During the day, it might get on.
Get another blanket. Sleep in a sweater because it's hot.
Oh, don't get me. No, in the wintertime, that heat really don't need to come on.
Oh, the heat, yeah.
In the summertime,
only animals turn the heat on at night.
In the summertime, okay, there's only so much you can do to cool down. It's going to be hot, so maybe the air will come on. In the wintertime, if you don't layer up, you don't just layer up. That's how you get warm. I don't need that heat on.
I'm with that. I'm with that.
The wife and kids, they usually override me on that one, but.
See, no, again, those are two things. At night, it's just non-negotiable because if I'm hot, I can't sleep. So if the air conditioner kicks on in the like when I do Sports Sunday, y'all know this isn't a secret. When I do Sports Sunday at 11:30, it's way past my bedtime. The air conditioner kicks on at a certain time, so I don't wake up hot.
Uh-huh.
Well, that certain time is before Sports Sunday starts. So normally from like 11 to midnight when Sports Sunday ends, I'm freezing because normally at that time I'm sleeping, but because I'm awake, like I'm sitting here in the studio shivering, waiting for Marshall to let me in so we could do the show. But I won't adjust it because if I adjust it and forget to turn back on, I'm gonna wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning sweating like I got a virus or I got a shot, one or the other. It's gonna be bad news for everybody.
Yeah,
I ain't doing that.
Well, we might. Monday we might turn the air on during the day.
Man,
it is 105. I ain't saying we just got to sit there and sweltering 105. But when people, it's 88, go turn the air on.
Heat.
Calm down.
That's heat. The air goes on for that.
I don't know about all that.
The air goes on.
It's only 88. Throw some fans on.
Well, they're gonna be. We talk about Sandy Cove. They're gonna be out of Sandy Cove today. I don't know if they're gonna be having bobbleheads out there like our man Disco Tim was gonna be, but I don't know if they're gonna be flying Sacramento Kings banners. But folks are gonna be out this weekend. We hope that if you are, that you're safe. We hope that if you're partying, you're partying with McQueen and Luke Belair, and you're doing it with a designated driver, and you're watching basketball. There's some great basketball to watch tonight. We talked a lot about the Suns and the Lakers. We've talked a lot about the young stars in the league. Bucks Miami, not really a feature player in that game, strangely enough. Outside Giannis Antetokounmpo, Jimmy Butler, the established stars of the league. And remember that term, if you will, because that's going to come up following our conversation with Bobby Jackson.
Okay.
The established stars in the league. And I want to tie that into the conversation that we've been having about the young guys in the league. One of the best young guys that we saw emerge out of the bubble last year isn't playing. Jamal Murray. That's the other game tonight. It's the Nuggets and the Portland Trailblazers. First game in Portland tonight. I don't know what the crowd situation is there, but that's an interesting one. You and I both picked the Blazers before this one, and I'm going to continue to ride that. I think the Blazers can rekindle what they did in Game 1. And take a second one here in this series, even though Jokic and that crew was pretty solid there in Game 2.
Yeah, Jokic and the boys, they responded the way you would want to see.
Blowout, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and they got physical, they got chippy. That's what I talk about with the Clippers and the Mavericks. You say don't do it, just be better. No, it's time to get physical. The seasons are on.
I'm okay with being chippy. I'm okay with being physical. I'm okay with you let them know that you're there.
Yeah.
I just don't like the fouls that take people to the ground. I think that's dangerous.
Knock them on their ass.
I don't think you need it. I think there's a way you can do that and protect them a little bit.
Absolutely. That's what I'm talking
about.
Just
get Montrezl Harrell. Have Montrezl Harrell come running at full speed and hit you and then grab you and catch you as you're on your way down. Do that. Montrezl Harrell's A1 when it comes to making guys feel you, but not letting them get hurt.
Yeah. See, I ain't saying they got a Mikhail and Rambison. I ain't saying all that, but they come in there, we bumping bodies, and you gonna hit the ground.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll step out. We'll come back. The new head coach for the Stockton Kings and one of your favorite players of all time. Bobby Jackson joins us next as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right. I need a second.
Hey, you know what it is, baby. What's cooler than being cool? Ice cold. That is $2.37 of air that has just come out in the past 30 minutes. Yeah, Shida, man. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. Like, if they really forced my hand around here, like, they could throw the air on right now. I'm just saying, we're cool. We got fans running. We all right. All right. It's cool. Yeah, windows open, fans going. That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. But like I said, sometimes they force my hand. They be like, no, we're turning the air on. I'm like, all right. Don't bother me none. Bryce. What's the deal breaker? The Heat? Young Kobe. See, I ain't seen Young Kobe in a while. 71 in the Bay. We can afford the AC bill. As long as it don't get too out of control. Oh, yeah, Kyron, Kyron, what you want to talk about? Oh, did you guys see that trash that Triple G is about to have? Some weak-ass fight. He need to retire. Triple G, man, the further we get away from all that stuff that was going on earlier in his career, the more he looking funny in the light. Triple G might have been a little overrated. Yeah, that's facts. That's fact. And the other guy that he fought that was legit, Kell Brook. Kell Brook was piecing that boy up until Kell Brook was just too small and he got his face broken, but Kell Brook was getting at him. Danny Jacobs was getting at him too. Triple G a fraud. He ain't fought nobody in about 3-4 years, man. No solar, Bryce. No solar. Triple G versus Canelo. Triple G won both fights. He definitely won the first fight, and then the second fight, I had him winning by a round or two. Wow. Jesse said he thought the first fight was a draw. Second fight was Canelo. There's no way that first. Well, no, there was no way the first fight was a draw. Second one, I could see. I guess you could make the argument that Canelo won the second fight. I don't think so. I think it was a draw or Triple G. But first fight, Adelaide Bird. What in the hell? I think Adelaide Bird had it 8 rounds to 3, or excuse me, 8 rounds to 4. Canelo might have been 9 to 3 actually.
How does this happen every single day?
They asked for it.
And in this corner,
Shy.
Oh, hey, you're talking about a bunch of people I ain't never heard.
I think my boy Deontay about to. I think he about to send Fury to hell.
That video you retweeted was hilarious.
Dude was on the honeymooners.
I was dying. This fool said he's training on the set of I Love Lucy.
I said, what the hell is this?
Oh, that made me laugh.
Why does it look like that?
That made me laugh. Lucy, I'm home.
Patrick must follow me because he knows I ain't even gonna, I might not even pirate that Lopez fight. Teofimo. Or as Floyd likes to call him, Telefimo. That's what I'm gonna start calling him.
Shout out to our man Charlie who's listening. Charlie just hit us in the company Slack and said bonfire means fire of the bones. In the Middle Ages, they would dance around huge fires to get hype for battles or to celebrate victories. I don't know who they is, Charlie, but I ain't in they. You ain't gonna start burning some bones around me and call it a set. I ain't heard nobody say, you know what's gonna happen when the Kings win? We're gonna have a fire of the bones. Oh man, that's a hard pass for me.
Not my job.
Not for me. Bobby Jackson set to join us here in just a couple of minutes. Excited to talk to him for the first time here on D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320. Also excited for the Cal Hope concerts tonight. The Cal Hope Concerts for Hope to shine light during the Mental Health Awareness Month, all through the month of May, and to let Californians know about the free mental and emotional resources provided by Cal Hope. We know how taxing the last year and a half have been. We know how taxing life, period, is. Check out the amazing concert tonight at 7 p.m. It's streaming live on calhopeconcerts.com. Again, that's calhopeconcerts.com. And check out all of the amazing work that they do over there at Cal Hope. Bobby Jackson coming up here in just a couple of minutes. And I do want to get into that conversation about established stars. We're with you commercial free until the top of the 4 o'clock hour. We ain't going nowhere. Friendly reminder, Kyle Matson and Whitey Gleason back on the air here on ESPN 1320. They'll be here tomorrow from noon to 4. They'll be on Twitch. They'll be on YouTube. So we expect you to act accordingly. But they'll be, I know.
These guys.
I know. But excited to have Kyle and Whitey on with us, and excited for Bobby Jackson, man. A great opportunity for him to take over as the Stockton Kings head coach. Great that the G League is coming back. Great that the Stockton Kings are coming back, and great that Bobby's going to get this opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, man. He it's well deserved. He's a student of the game, and he's somebody that I think is a good teacher. I mean, if you look around. With some of the guys that he's worked with and the relationships that he's built with guys that have come through Sacramento, they seem to all to attest to the fact that this guy not only is somebody that was a great ball player, but he knows how to communicate and teach the game on a level that's going to help others. So I'm excited to see what he can do in Stockton.
If you ever have the opportunity to get to Kings games a little bit early and see Bobby working out with his guys, I mean, in the past, if you had ever gotten an opportunity to get to Kings games early and hopefully in the future, well, I guess he'll be preoccupied in the future. Point I was trying to make was Bobby would be out there working his ass off.
Yeah.
Like Bobby came over one day and he wasn't on the court. He appeared from under the tunnel and he is drenched. Yo, Bobby, what you doing? They were working over in the practice facility. They, the practice facility is right there in the Golden One Center. They were working out on the other court, man. Bobby puts in that work.
Yep.
And Bobby makes those guys work. You talk about making a player feel you during a workout. Bobby does that.
Absolutely. He doesn't cut any corners with those guys. And like you said, it's something that when I would get to the Golden One Center early and see those things, I was like, oh, it's a different level of work right here.
Mm-hmm.
I like this. Yeah. I like this. And you work with a guy like Fox and you understand why he's improving the way he is, because they're getting pushed to that level when they work with somebody like Bobby Jackson.
And Bobby's still such a beloved player here in Sacramento. Is obviously last week that with Chris Webber going into the Hall of Fame and Rick Outeman going into the Hall of Fame, there's been so much talk about that team in 2005 or 2004 and 2003 and 2002 and all of that. And Bobby was a central part of that. Like we've told our jokes here. D.L. Hughley on stage at the Sacramento Memorial Auditorium. Hey, Bobby Jackson's here. Bobby, when are you going to start, man? Like, and he said in front of Bobby and his teammate, he better than Mike Bibby. We're obviously stalling for time as Jesse's trying to get Bobby on the phone right now. Bobby's probably finishing up a hole, hole 13 or 14 or whatever on whatever golf course he's on to celebrate, or whether he's celebrating or not, he was going to be out on the golf course. That's what Bobby does.
That's what he does. Are you a golfer?
No, I'm not. I have nice golf clubs, and I had always intended to kind of get out there and do the work a little bit, but it just never really materialized.
I ain't got into golf yet, as far as like a player.
I've gone out like a few times. I've played 9, I've played 18, done the range and all that stuff. I enjoy it. It's really hard. Like, especially when you don't know what you're doing.
Right.
And one shot, oh, that's it. Okay, I got it. That was perfect. Like, I don't need to crush the ball. Just good contact. And it goes. The next one, like you shank 4 times or you hit it off into some tree, you can't find the ball, or you hit it, 400, feet to the wrong side. Yeah, like it could be a very frustrating game. It's a frustrating game when people know what they're doing.
Right.
It's really frustrating when you don't know what you're doing, and I'm in the don't know what I'm doing category.
Yeah. I would like to think that I'd be able to be pretty accurate, but I'm confident that I would be struggling.
I think if you spend time with an instructor, you'd get it, because one thing, like athletes, like not even on the professional, like you were a high level athlete. One thing that you guys do, one, you have natural ability, but 2, you take instruction really, really well. So like if someone tells you, hey, dip your knee or put your elbow here, like you're able to do that. And because of the repetitiveness of practice, whether it's a free throw or it's dribbling or it's a shot or whatever, you can replicate that quicker. I think athletes can replicate that quicker than non-athletes when it comes to golfing.
Right.
I mean, I don't have a swing. You know what I mean? Like I can't keep doing the same thing over and over again. I'm a mess. It's not pretty.
This reminds me of a conversation I saw on Inside the NBA the other day when they were talking about like Giannis not being able to, shoot good from the free throw line. And Charles Barkley was talking about how it's because he's taking too long at the free throw line. And when you're not a good shooter, the more time you take, the more it kind of paralyzes you and you start thinking about it more. And he equated that to his golf swing and talked about like when he was like really focusing on and taking forever, he almost just terrified himself because he was so afraid of what was going on as opposed to not thinking about it and just swinging. And he's gotten a better golf swing since then. And I agree with him with that, with free throws and with Giannis. Like when you're struggling the most, sometimes it's not take more time. Sometimes it's take less time. Get that ball, get in some kind of rhythm and let it go. And I wonder if that's like something that has been mentioned to him before.
Sure.
And he tries to apply that at all. or any guy that's struggling at the free throw line. Same with De'Aaron Fox and Marvin Bagley and all this other stuff. Because the longer you take, you sit there, and the more unnatural it is. Because typically, we get a ball, you shoot it, you don't double dribble. You know what I'm saying? Or you step into it and you shoot it. When you're at the line, you do all this double dribbling and standing there and all this other stuff. It's unnatural. Do a little bit more to get in rhythm. Maybe that's the cure for all issues at the free throw line.
Okay. Well, Jesse's working to get Bobby on the phone right now. We'll keep it moving. Still plenty to talk about as we roll along here. We talked about the 3 games tonight: the Nuggets, the Blazers, the Suns, the Lakers, the Bucks, and the Heat. Let's get back to let's go to this, because we've spent a lot of time talking about the young stars of the game. Like, we spent a lot of time talking about Ja Morant today, Luka Doncic, Trae Young. I love everything that Trae Young did in the 2 games in New York. I love that he seemed to be smiling, like he seemed to relish in every moment of that New York crowd booing him. I'm not going to go as far to say he loved the, F you Trey or whatever it was that or F Trae Young or whatever it was that they were chanting. I'm not going to go as far as say that he loved that.
Right.
But he sure quieted them down in game 1. And I know he loved that because he said as much on the TNT broadcast.
Yeah.
And it's all a good story right now in the opening round of the playoffs. But like Bucks in Miami, we're talking about some established stars here with Giannis Antetokounmpo and Jimmy Butler. The Nuggets and the Blazers, Nikola Jokic he's pretty established. Dame Lillard, obviously, Dame time all day.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great story right now, but ultimately, are we just going to be talking about the established stars as we get deeper and deeper into the playoffs?
Maybe so. Like there is a scenario here where, like, you even look at like the Knicks Hawks series. You're gonna get some new blood and some young star. I know Derrick Rose is playing well, Alec Burks, all this other stuff, but Julius Randle is kind of somebody that's looked at as new blood, or Trae Young. So you're gonna get something there. Utah, Memphis. You're gonna get John Morant, Dylan Brooks, or you're gonna get Donovan Mitchell, who's not brand new to the scene, but close to it. Maybe like in the final 4 in the conference finals, maybe that's going to be some of the old guard. That probably will be some of the old guard, but there'll be a couple of guys that are new to this who get into the second round. Mm-hmm. And to be honest with you, for as much as I support the Knicks and I want to see them win, I'm looking at that situation, and I think Atlanta might be the better team. Like, the way they're depending on Alec Burks to kind of carry that bench unit, and Derrick Rose is doing really well. He's been scoring, doing what he's doing pretty much all year. I don't know how sustainable that is. Taj Gibson playing well. I don't know how sustainable those things are compared to Trae Young continuing to go off, or Bogey, or even last night, Atlanta had a lot of wide open looks in that fourth quarter, just missed them. Just, Hunter had some good looks, just couldn't get it to go. So I think there's a very good chance that you get somebody like Trae Young moving on into the second round.
Okay. Well, and New York is an interesting one, because maybe Julius Randle still is technically young, but he's on like his 3rd team. So it's hard to it's really hard to figure out. Like, Julius Randle certainly isn't old by any stretch of the imagination. You just don't think of Julius in the same vein as Ja or Trae or some of the Luka Doncic, some of these other guys that we're talking about. But they might not have either. The New York Knicks. Mm-hmm. They might not have that young star that we've been talking about, nor that dominant star, or that established star, if you will, that we're talking about with Nikola, or with Dame Lillard, or Giannis Antetokounmpo, or Jimmy Butler, or any of those guys. The New York Knicks might be the most unique team in the entire playoffs. Mm-hmm. Because Memphis, you can even look at and you go, man, that's a young, gritty team. Right. Now, we know what the New York Knicks are. They scored 101 last night and won by 9. That's Tom Thibodeau basketball. Mm-hmm. That's it. And as great as Derrick Rose, was in Chicago, like a lot of what sent that Chicago Bulls team into a different stretch with Jimmy Butler, Derrick Rose, Tom Thibodeau helped with that.
Right. Right.
You could probably argue the biggest star on the New York Knicks is Tom Thibodeau. Now, I don't mean on a superstar level, but I'm talking about pure influence.
Mm-hmm.
And that's unique. That's the Atlanta's got Trae Young. The Grizzlies got Ja. You can run through team after team after team and name either the established star or the young star. And I don't feel like New York has that. They have a star in Julius Randle for sure. Mm-hmm. He just doesn't fit in either one of those categories. They got great pieces in Derrick Rose and Taj Gibson, but I wouldn't put either one of them in those categories either. They're great role players.
Yeah, there's a collective group of guys that have come together at different points in their career and have all gotten together for one common goal. And I even think, and I know you probably feel the same way, that is good for the league, not just like the Knicks thing, but you need people doing it in different ways. If you got a team like Dallas, who I know Tim Hardaway Jr. is playing great, but Luka Doncic is a star there, or Trae Young, star in Atlanta. You need a group of guys that are kind of nondescript, so to speak, on a grand scheme, and just come together, get wins, get in the playoffs, have this whole team atmosphere, everything that's going on there. You need some of that too. So you got your stars going up against the team. You have your great, your great contrast. Is it the superstar players, or is it the guys that come together and play like a team that can get it done? And that's what the Knicks bring to these playoffs and bring to the table, I think.
Yeah, but what is it though? Is it the superstar player, or is it the group of guys that can come together and get it done? Because we really, maybe not we, maybe it was me, really diminished what Miami did earlier in our conversation with Deuce and Mo. We really diminished what they did last year in the bubble. Obviously, Jimmy Butler was extraordinary, but that was a team led by Eric Spoelstra and Jimmy Butler that got to the NBA Finals. That was a group of guys and Jimmy certainly had his moments where he willed that team to a victory, and he did superstar level things to get that team a victory. But it was a team that did it. Like, it was a group of players that got in there and got the job done. The Lakers feel like it's LeBron and AD. It feels like those superstars. So ultimately, which one is it going to be this year? Are there other teams out there? Like, is that what Phoenix is? Is Phoenix a team? I know we've talked about the influence of Chris Paul, but where do they fit in this conversation? The Nuggets, the Jazz, those guys kind of feel like teams, but in the same sense, they have the stars there.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you're right, though, when you talk about everything is unique with what the Knicks have going on, because they don't have, like I said, Donovan Mitchell's an all-star. I know Julius Randle made the all-star this year, but you're right. He's not looked at as next generation or anything like that, the way a Trae Young is, the way a John Moran is, or anything like that. He's just kind of in the middle of his career. And they are unique in that respect, where they don't have a up-and-comer that is taking them to this playoff run. I would say, to answer your original question, always give me the 2 stars for sure. You know what I'm saying? I'll take the AD and LeBron healthy at the very least against a team like the Knicks, or even Phoenix. If I knew that the Lakers were completely healthy, I probably would have picked them in this Phoenix series. But I don't know how healthy they are. I don't know how cohesive they are as a unit right now. But typically, if I got those 2 guys, LeBron, AD, or 2 guys like that, yeah, I'll take my chances with them over the team, the quote-unquote team.
Which is why you've picked the Brooklyn Nets to win the championship, because they got stars on stars on stars. Yeah. And their role players are former stars.
Yeah.
It's like, all right.
But like I always say, and I know you know this, Damian, that's still a team, and that's still guys knowing their role. And as good as AD and LeBron is, or Kyrie, KD, and James Harden are, it doesn't work if Joe Harris hasn't bought in, if Bruce Brown isn't doing what he's supposed to do, if Jeff Green, who actually got hurt, got to monitor that situation, if he isn't accepting of the role that he has. And there's still an element of team to those guys as well. That team has to buy in. Everybody has to buy in to what their role is at a particular time on that team.
By the way, Jeff Green, obviously we hope he gets better. Hope that he's healthy. We'll follow that. Top 5 dresser in the league. Maybe one of the most underrated style. One of the most underrated arena walk-in guys.
I'm gonna have to check him out.
Solid.
I'm gonna have to check him out. I haven't really paid attention to him. I know he looks like Andre 3000 to me, but
I saw former Kings front office legend, Brandon Williams. I said he posted something. I think it was yesterday, 2 days ago, on Instagram, and I was like, "Yo, that's legit." He had a mask on. I didn't know who it was. I was like, "Is that Brandon? Like, who is that?" And I'm like, you click the picture, all of the tags come up. It was Jeff Green. I was like, "Oh." Jeff Green got style. I'm with it. His pants went to about right above his ankles. I was like, this
Achilles.
This is my style.
Okay.
This is how you do it right here.
I'm gonna check out Jeff Green.
Boston.
Did you say he's the best dresser or
no? I did not say. PJ Tucker's really PJ Tucker's shoe game kind of takes things to another level. Best dresser. PJ Tucker's up there.
Actually looks pretty good a lot of times.
Dennis Schroeder's up there. Dennis Schroeder got mad style.
The young boys, they like SGA. They think SGA is real stylish.
Chris Paul. He'll go cozy fam a lot, but
I like his HBU swag.
Yep.
HBCU swag. You know what I'm saying? He's doing that.
Was it Donovan Mitchell the other day? With the red,
was it a Letterman's jacket?
Yes,
I can't remember.
Said HBCU pride on the back.
That was fire.
Oh, that was fire. Ridiculous.
I like how LeBron dresses. I think LeBron might.
Oh yeah,
LeBron is probably more my style for dress. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not really gonna go Westbrook. I don't show the Achilles too much. I'm more of a LeBron type. I like the way LeBron dresses.
Yeah, Achilles are my cleavage, dude. I'm showing them every time, like every single time. Like I don't even like I can't legitimately tell you the last time I wore jeans or the last time I even wore anything that touched the top of my shoe. My feeling is always like I heard this story. Like I've heard this story for years, and I think it's resonated more as I got older. Michael Jackson, and no matter what he wore the white glittery socks. And why are you wearing the white glittery socks? Because I want people to look at my feet. Well, my outfit is always going to be punctuated by my shoes.
Got you.
So I'm not gonna have no jeans covering them. I don't have the build to rock skinny jeans. So I'm gonna rock some sort of jogger look or rolled up look there, so you can see the shoe in its entirety.
I got you. Yeah, I think LeBron. This is what somebody. So Ramsey was talking about how Harrison Barnes always keeps it professional. And I like that. I love that about Harrison. I thought it made me chuckle watching them at the end of the season, where you had Tyrese in his shorts and hoodie, and De'Aaron in his shorts and all this
shorts. Yeah.
And then you see Harrison in his nice 3.
Yep.
And the way things are going this year with the coaches wearing, like kind of athletic gear.
Yep.
Not even they were wearing suits.
Bro, Frank Vogel had on. I swear Frank Vogel had on like warm-up pants the other night when he was talking to Chris. And he was like, "Okay, all right, maybe we're doing like." This isn't AAU. Like maybe we're doing a little too much here. He had the pants that like unzip at the bottom, like the old school windbreakers. Like, oh, Frankie, baby, what is that? I'm sure everyone's caught on. I think we missed Bobby today. Maybe he had other obligations. He just forgot. We've called. We've texted. Obviously, a big day for him. We're thrilled for him. We'll try to get him on at a later time. Of course, if he calls anytime between now and 4, we'll put him on in a heartbeat. But apologize for those that tuned in to hear Bobby Jackson, and we're swinging and missing on this one. So sorry about that.
It happens. It's all about our launch angle.
Who booked this? What idiot? Text him. My bad. That's me. Sorry, fam.
It happens. It happens. It ain't nothing. We're not going to be here tomorrow, Friday, but I think it's safe to say next Friday we got something nice. And,
yes,
we got something nice popping off next Friday. So
I mean, we could say
confirmed. It is confirmed. I just double checked. It is confirmed.
Okay. We talking about outfits. We talking about clothes. Talking about sneakers. Well, if you're going to talk about sneakers, you got to talk about Nick DiPaola. He works for ESPN. He's the host of the Boardroom's new show, The Sneaker Game, and he is the sneakerhead. Nick DiPaola is going to be with us here for happy hour next week on D'Lo and KC. So that means in the 3 o'clock hour, we'll bring Nick DiPaola on. We'll go commercial free, and we'll talk sneakers. We'll talk. He's a good guy to ask about De'Aaron Fox as well. He's a good guy to ask about, who out there, like is De'Aaron Fox in line for and we know that he's working hard on this new shoe that's put out there.
Yes, he is.
But we're talking about a De'Aaron Fox signature shoe, like to the line of KD, to the line of, Kyrie Irving. Is De'Aaron Fox in line for something like that?
I'm anxious to hear his thoughts on this because, I'm of the belief that De'Aaron is next for a signature shoe.
Yeah.
I think one of the big things is he needs to get in the playoffs. I don't know if that's like how Nike is looking at it. Like, oh, we can't give you a shoe because you're not in the playoffs, because they gave Kyrie a shoe before he made the playoffs and everything. So, but I think that would almost seal the deal. Like I said, they go to him. This is the second time they've went to him for, one of their basketball shoes, the releases. They gave him, the trial with the Air Maxes, the Swiper design joints that sold like hotcakes. He's been with Nike. He's been part of Nike fam since high school. So I think he's in line. I'm interested to see what Nick has to say about that.
Yeah. So Nick DiPaola next Friday. He'll be with us for happy hour, and happy hour is kind of like our Rick Ross style interview where we're commercial free for an hour. Truthfully, you know what it is, man. It's like you talk about the evolution of the game. We try to sometimes, that's why we went 45 minutes with Deuce and Mo. Like when radio doesn't adjust, like it dies. And when you're as a radio show host and you don't adjust, you could die very easily. And it's like, people listen to podcasts because they like those uninterrupted conversations. Yeah. What would it look like if we're in the middle of a conversation with Deuce Mo? It's like, hey, can you guys hang out? Yeah, for sure. Cool. We'll be back after this. Let's adjust on the fly. Let's make some moves. Like we were able to spend 40 minutes with them. We know Nick DiPaola is going to join us. He's going to join us on Twitch. He's going to go join us on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe to the 1320 channels there. And we'll be able to sit down and have an uninterrupted, and whether we talk for 20 minutes, whether we talk for 30 minutes, whether we talk for 45, 55 minutes, whatever it may be, we're going to be commercial free that entire 3 o'clock hour. And I think those make for some great conversations. It creates a very relaxed atmosphere. It creates something that a different feel other than a quick radio hit. And in Rick Ross's case, maybe it was a little bit too relaxed.
Classic.
As anyone who was watching that day knows, Rick, I think, forgot he was live on the radio. He got comfortable talking about hip hop and the Teflon Don and Luke Belair, McQueen and the Violet Fog, and just started letting them fly. And one was like, hey, whatever, it's all good. But then he released like 3, 4, 5, like in short order. And it was like, Ricky, hey, I know we've been talking for like 30 minutes. We're still on the radio.
Yeah, man. If you guys ever want to see that, it's on our YouTube page.
Unedited. It's still there. We leave the stream is unedited. The podcast is edited. But the stream is unedited.
You can check that out for sure. But yeah, Nick DiPaola, we're both big sneakerheads, and I'm always fascinated by that dynamic within the basketball world for sure. You know what I mean? Who gets a signature shoe? Who signed with who? Why do they sign with this guy? All this other stuff. So yeah, that's going to be pretty fun.
It's you'd be shocked. Some people would be shocked at how influential the sneaker world is to even like basketball stuff. I mean, Nike was elated when Kevin Durant went to Golden State because Golden State had been run by Steph Curry, who's with Under Armour.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't think KD got a fat bonus by going to Golden State and trying to dip into that market?
Yeah.
It's no different than you hear this all of the time about AAU. You hear this all of the time about college. The money's a little bit different in the NBA, but it's still very much there. Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, the influence is shoot, man. I mean, look at Olympic teams. Don't think it's an accident. I mean, there are certainly guys that decline to be a part of it and all of that different stuff.
Right.
I mean, Dwight was a guy you couldn't deny in 2008.
Right.
Dwight was the only non-Nike guy on that team.
It matters.
And he did the old Michael Jordan, Charles Barkley gimmick because it was a Nike school. Even when they positioned, it's if you go back and you look at the team photo, it was positioned in a way to where you couldn't see where Dwight was protected wearing the Nike uniform.
All right.
And then, out there for he did the Jordan Charles Barkley gimmick where they had the American flag on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it matters. That's even one of the things that I heard about. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn. I think this is common knowledge. But what Big Marv did getting to Puma, where Marvin Bagley III was a Nike guy. He went to these Nike high schools, and Nike sponsored Big Marv's AAU team.
Mm-hmm.
Marvin goes to Duke. We thought this is how these things go. They get you at about 13, 14.
They get you in the system. Yep.
And they bankroll your stuff, not like illegal, I'm not saying, but they sponsor your travel team and get you the gear and all this other stuff. And you end up being Nike once you get to the league. Well, they did all that, had a good little relationship with Big Marv. And rumor has it, soon as he got to the NBA, he's like, yeah, thanks for everything you did. We're going with Puma.
Mm.
And that didn't sit over well because the way people describe it is he got them to pay for all that stuff coming up and was never beholden to them, which he didn't really.
You don't have to be.
Taste, you don't have to. There ain't no contract saying you have to sign with me once you get to the NBA or anything else like that. But it was
because that would be illegal. That's why they don't exist. If they could legalize those, they would absolutely exist. Like Nike and Adidas and all these places would be signing professional athletes at 13 years old. Like the one I always laugh at is do you know any women on Adidas off the top of your head?
No,
I know one. I'm sure there's
Adidas.
Okay, so there's two. Candace Parker is the other one. You know what they have in common?
They went to Tennessee.
Who was
Adidas.
So they had the drop before those two even entered the league. And credit to Candace and Adidas threw the bag at her, like in a way. Like I have seen a variety of Nike contracts for women athletes, and none of them even I've seen them from Carol Lawson, All-Star, Olympian, to Birdie, Sue Bird. Like they're not NBA caliber in any way, shape, or form contracts. Like some are better than others, obviously, but they're not, massive, massive contracts. Adidas threw some money at Candace Parker, and they started trying to recruit her coming out of Tennessee. Like the Adidas rep was there.
Yeah,
like at every game, like they had the jump on this. Hey, it would always be what do the girls need? And by girls, it was Candace. What do they need from us? Because you could give it to the school. We rep the school. It was easy. But the second she got drafted, it was like, hey, Candace, we got a shoot deal here for you, and it's a big one, and it absolutely was. Well, I don't feel like they've ever capitalized off of it, but it's just me.
And Tennessee. I don't know about the women's team, but they're not with
Nike now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're Nike now.
I remember that was kind of monumental when I saw that.
It was a big deal. Yeah,
went to Nike.
I think that was one of Pat's last things. Is they went to Nike.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're gonna dig real deep.
Oh man, it's gonna be so much fun.
We're gonna dig real deep next Friday, man. It's gonna be a good time, man.
Again, Nick DePaula will be on the stream. Go check out the shoe game over. As part of the boardroom stuff over there on ESPN Plus. Really, really good stuff there from Nick DePaula. So excited about that. By the way, Sacramento guy.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I found this out maybe less than a year ago. Yeah, definitely less than a year ago. I didn't know. I had no idea. Not only a Sacramento guy, C.K. McClatchy alumni.
I did not know that.
Yes, I had no idea. So he is a Lion. And I don't know, he might be taking my status. I said a couple of years ago, I said, and our guy Kev Flippin, I said he went to McClatchy as well. Am I top 5 most famous, not accomplished, most famous McClatchy alumni?
That's a question you actually asked yourself?
Yeah. Part of that
Jesse,
was
do the rest of the show. I can't deal with you, boy.
Part of that was a little tongue in cheek because we I don't think we have a lot of fame. Like people were like, no, Larry Boa is more famous. Okay, Larry Boa.
Who the hell is Larry Boa?
Yeah, an old baseball manager and baseball player. And I know Larry Boa. Nick Johnson went to McClatchy. He was he
was a New York Yankee.
Yeah. He was a hot prospect for the Yankees. But
worked out with Al Biacani at Gold's Gym in the Thomas.
That's why I said top 5. Because they're guys that are famous, but do we have 5 guys, 6 guys more famous than Kenny Caraway? I was on Pros versus Joes.
And you hit the shot.
I did. And I was talking crazy to Kenny Smith.
I believe it.
I don't know. I might not be there yet. And
talk about full circle. Who was our first big guest on D'Lo and KC?
Kenny Smith. That is correct. My guy, we got to get Kenny back on here. But Nick DePaula, he might be a little more famous than me.
So we got Nick. I mean, okay. Again, Nick Johnson was a Yankee. I do want to point that out. So
no,
maybe
he is more famous. Nick Johnson too.
So Nick DePaula. I mean, Kevin Fippen. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
King Harold.
Yeah, he's pretty famous.
It's close. It's close. But maybe you and Kevin are fighting for third.
Well,
tie?
I think Larry Boa is more famous.
Who is Larry Boa again?
Larry Boa, he's a major league player and a famous manager. He used to manage the Phillies.
Okay.
I think he played for the Dodgers. But
I don't know who the main. I'm trying to think of who's the Derek Lee. I mean, the two things. I mean, Derek Lee was a friggin' Triple Crown. You know, he had a chance.
Did Baker go to El Camino?
Oh, I don't think so.
Where did he go?
Oh, I feel like he
went
to
Ramsey. No,
Sac High or something. I don't think he went to El Camino. His niece went to El Camino. I was friends with her. And Ebro.
Ebro went to El Camino.
Ebro went to El Camino. Yep. That's a radio note. Yeah, Ebro. I think Ebro's still at Hot 97.
Yeah,
Ebro's arguably the most powerful. He's arguably the most powerful person in like hip hop radio. Like it's not called hip hop; it's called like rhythmic CHR or whatever. Like he's the top dog at Hot 97 in New York.
Yeah.
So
he's got
El Camino High School.
He's got a. He's like got to deal with Apple Music. He does like Apple Music
beats.
Podcast. Yeah. He's making big moves. What? Did you not know this? Your podcast partner is an alum of El Camino?
Oh, she's the most famous. Oh, yeah. Then Jill. I go Jill. Oh. Jill Adge at 1. I'm gonna go D Lee at 2 for El Camino High School. And then I'm gonna go and then I'll go Ebro at number 3. There's probably some more in there that I'm just not particularly concerned about. Dusty Baker went to Del Campo. Matt Barnes went to Del Campo. Yeah, ooh, that's a battle.
I was in high school for Matt Barnes.
That's a battle right there. Dusty Baker versus Matt Barnes is the top Del Campo alum.
See, the funny thing about the McClatchy thing though is so then they started talking about like, no, and I don't mean no disrespect. But they were talking about somebody that's not for the culture who had like won Grammys and stuff like that. I had no idea who this guy was. I had no clue. He's definitely more accomplished. I'll tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
But is he more famous than Kenny Caraway?
Mm-hmm.
Find out.
Ramsey points out Grant would be really difficult to make a list.
Oh man,
that'd be tough.
Really tough.
That would be tough to make a list of the top alums there.
Ooh.
We appreciate. Was Deucey Del Campo? Is that right? Because he'd be right up there with Dusty and Matt Barnes. The most famous alum. Yep.
Yeah, Del Campo is popping.
Again, apologies for Bobby Jackson. Not really sure what the miscommunication was there. Obviously, he had a tremendously busy day named the Stockton Kings head coach, but we told you we were going to have him on. We weren't able to deliver. So again, all our sincerest apologies. Make sure you're locked in here tomorrow. Kyle Madsen and Whitey Gleason take over things here for D'Lo and Casey. Most of all, have a great weekend. Have a safe weekend. Sip on that McQueen responsibly. Sip on that Luke Belair responsibly. And make sure that you are all back here with us Tuesday at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings, just because.
I ain't cutting no damn promos either. Check out John putting in that work.
Ooh,
man, John putting in that work. He's making a French 75.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's making a French 75. Thank goodness, man, because I need some new pictures to post for the squad. I've not been on social the way I should. I need to hit up Black Bottles.
I know you guys you saw it. I meant to post we were talking about something else, but you know, I mean, the streets are talking. Where the streets are talking, and it's a fact. It's a fact.
Okay.
Blue Bottles will be in Elk Grove tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Make your plans.
Make sure people do homework though.
Get out there. Oh, there's multiple. Oh, she didn't tell you Total Wine or Bevmo. Got it. Oh, she meant go to Kenny's house. Go to the Caraway compound. Pick up your blue bottles. Pick up your blue bottles. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, but they will be in Elk Grove.
Oh, yeah. John just sent us some beauties here. Oh, man, I wish I was as talented as John is. These pictures are photographers are artists, man. Man, these are some good looking pictures. Oh, even the one where you spilt it looks great. Oh, that looks good. Look at that. You see this, KC?
It was overflowing.
That's dope, man. I'm posting these right now. Not all of them. Hey, tell Jazz to keep it down, man. We're still on the air. We're still on the stream, Jazz. Come on.
Keep it down.
Show some class, Jazz.
Keep it down. You should see when I get too loud. Boys,
I bet. I know when you get too loud because I see the look on your face change. And now that I know what your house looks like, I can just imagine her like looking back like, hey, kill
Ryan
that noise.
Anderson went to Oak Ridge, Kyle. Ryan Anderson, I remember I played in the Sacramento Pro-Am League. I think I just finished my senior year in college, came back, played in the Pro-Am, and Kyle Anderson was there. I think he just graduated from Oak Ridge. And I was like, oh, it's a little 18-year-old boy. He different. That boy can play. That boy can play.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I said, yo, this is a pro. I don't know if I said that, but I definitely was like, oh, yeah, he D1 for sure. I can see why he going to Cal. He was nice.
They sending all this return to office emails. That ain't gonna be us. As long as it took us to get this set up here, y'all just gonna have to wait. I was gonna ask something, but I forgot. Probably ain't even important. Who's in here in the chat? I can't lie though.
Tony the Tiger Lopez went to Burbank? Did not know that.
I did know that. I did know that.
On the south side.
I know. I saw some of y'all mention this earlier as we were trying to stall for time. Yeah, I'm gonna have an eye open.
I got my own thoughts.
I'm gonna have an eye open.
I got my own thoughts.
I got tipped off yesterday to the reaction of what went on in the building. All right.
I got my own thoughts.
Keep an eye out. Yeah, we all know that's possible.
Oh man.
Get it.
As soon as a tweet went out.
That's
been made.
I really considered, do we not tweet this? Do we just leave this out there? Huh.
Boys is shook.
That's real talk. Yeah. Yeah. That is real talk. Either way, Bobby, congratulations. Man.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. I don't change nothing. I'm really happy for him, and I think he's going to do great in Stockton.
Yeah, he'll do a great job. Maybe we'll get him at a different time.
Yeah.
How many of y'all are working tomorrow? Like, is everybody? All right, how many of y'all are working right now? Or some of y'all like? I'm so fascinated. I know we've seen some people's setups of. I forgot. I've got to talk to Whitey and Kyle about the video setup. I got to get them set up here for everything. Make them a little. I think I'm gonna make them this PTI bar, but I'll put like Kyle Matson like at the bottom, put Kyle at the bottom and Whitey at the top, and just leave D'Lo and Casey in the middle. Etiquette. It's just etiquette. All right, let me get these guys on the phone. Everybody have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend. Y'all be safe.
Be safe.
Stay cool.
Yeah. If y'all land the blue, man, let us know. Thanks for again another really great week. It's been a great 2 weeks since the Kings season ended, man, and we're gonna keep this going all throughout the summer. But we appreciate y'all, man. We love y'all, and we love pissing off the other station. So we'll holla at you.